Before we start our agenda for today, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Aldi Saragi and my partner.
Salsabila as your master of ceremony that will be direct the event from start until finish.
Our event today, which is 9 EVEREST, the theme is
ASEAN Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development
for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. And we have 8 sub-themes of our event: digitalization, MSMES development, green economy, literacy digital and empowerment, sustainable infrastructure, sustainable tourism and creative, transformation education, and entrepreneurship and startup development.
And also our event more or less 4 months ago already running the paper competition from registration and then paper submission. And now all of participants' paper in the process of being assessed by our competent jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to our agenda today, here are the agendas. The first opening, second welcoming dance, third playback of the Indonesia Raya, fourth welcoming speech, fifth main agenda, and the last is closing.
All right, without further ado, our event today is going to start with welcoming dance, a cultural performance by the ethnic crew dancer Medan. Please give them a big round of applause.
bancu sisa melaberismo bagai turang aleman tidak kamu bekel masa duan dano aleka di papo duan dano aleka di papo.
The next agenda is playback the Indonesian anthem. To all participants, please stand up.
To the participants, please sit down. Moving on the next agenda is reciting prayer that will be recited by Wahyu Saleh. To Wahyu Saleh, we please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Hadirin yang saya hormati, sebelum kita melangkah kegiatan seminar hari ini, marilah kita bersama-sama menundukkan kepala, mengheningkan hati, dan memohon keberkahan dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa agar seminar internasional ASEAN Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs Framework yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan membawa manfaat. Sebelum kita memulai doa, izinkanlah saya untuk memimpin doa menurut tuntunan agama Islam. Untuk itu, bagi para hadirin yang beragama lain, dipersilahkan untuk menyesuaikan menurut ajaran keyakinan masing-masing. Terima kasih. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayidina Muhammad. Allahumma aftah lana hikmataka wansyur alaina rahmataka wa manin alaina bi fuyudatil ilmi wal fahmi ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana anfa'na bima 'allamtana, Rabbi 'allimna allazi yanfa'una, Rabbi faqih wa faqihalana wa qarabatilana fi nidina. Wassalatu taghsyal Mustafa man ilal haqqi da'ana wal wafa bi kitabin fihi linnasi shifa wa 'alal alil kiramil wa syurafa wa 'ala sahbi wa masabihil ghurar. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang, kami memohon kepadamu bimbingan agar kegiatan kami hari ini Engkau ridhoi dan berkahi. Jadikanlah acara ini sarana menambah ilmu, mempererat kebersamaan, dan membuka wawasan yang luas bagi kami semua. Lindungilah kami dari sifat sombong, merasa paling benar, atau saling merendahkan. Tanamkanlah di dalam diri kami semangat saling menghargai, saling mendukung dan bekerja sama dalam kebaikan. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, lapangkanlah hati kami untuk menerima ilmu dan kuatkan tekad kami untuk mengamalkannya dengan penuh tanggung jawab. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, anugerahkanlah kepada kami keberkahan kepada para narasumber, panitia, dan seluruh peserta yang hadir dalam kegiatan ini. Ya Allah, berikanlah kami manfaat yang telah kami pelajari. Ajarkanlah kami ilmu yang bermanfaat untuk kami. Ya Allah, berikanlah kecerdasan untuk kami, keluarga kami, kerabat kami, serta penduduk dalam negeri kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The following agenda is an event report from Mr. Muhammad Rizky Trigunawan as the chairman of 9 EVEREST Committee. To Mr. Muhammad Rizky Trigunawan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and good morning. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, fellow students, and for all dear participants. It is my greatest honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the 9 EVEREST, event of young researcher and economic students, an international proudly presented by the Development Economic Study Program under the coordination of the Student Association, Development Economics Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Before I proceed further, allow me to extend our heartfelt appreciation and warm welcome to several distinguished guests who are joining us today. First of all, Madam Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan as a Vice Rector for Student Affairs Universitas Sumatera Utara. Madam Ingrita Gusti Sarina Sution SA MSI as a Head of Development Economic Study Program. Sir Dr. Wei Chung Kayan as a Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Economic and Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Sir Martin Dotman as a lecturer and researcher in Ecology Department of Human and Social Sciences, University of Valle d'Aosta, Italy. Sir Tungguli Caksono as research manager ASEAN Study Center, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Sir Muhammad Ghazi Paradipta as a junior economist Bank Indonesia, representative office North Sumatra. Thank you very much, Madam and Sir, for gracing us with your presence. We are truly honored to have you here with us. This year we are excited to return with even greater enthusiasm and commitment to fostering academic contributions, following the remarkable success of EVEREST-8, which highlighted the role of Asian promoting green economy and sustainable tourism. EVEREST-9 brings forward a fresh yet equally relevant theme, Asian Youth Collaboration in strengthening human capital development for sustainable economic development within the SDGs framework. This theme is born from our deep awareness of how interregional youth collaboration is in strengthening human capital development as the world continues to navigate rapid transformation. The youth of ASEAN must be rise together, sharing knowledge and cultivating environmental awareness to build a sustainable economic future aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. This year, we are proud to present a range of activities, including an international paper and infographic competition, international seminar session, and also a city tour. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, judges, and also sponsorship who have contributed to making this event is possible. Your presence here today is a powerful testament to your dedication toward inclusive and sustainable progress. Let us make the most of this opportunity. May this event inspire not only academic insights, but also the beginning of impactful collaboration and lifelong friendships. Finally, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings during this event. We have done our best, but we know that no event is ever perfect. Thank you for your understanding and support. EVEREST-9, our goal, our future, our responsibility. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and have a wonderful seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rizky Trigunawan, as the chairman of 9 Everest Committee for the event report. The next agenda is speech from Mr. Yosua Alphabet Sitangga, chairman of the Development Economics Student Association. To Mr. Yosua Sitangga, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Peace be upon you. Greetings to all of us. First of all, I would like to welcome and thank Mr. Muhammad Bobi Habib Nasution, SAMM Governor of North Sumatra, who is here with us, is the keynote speaker, and Prof. Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSE, Vice Rector for Student Affairs, University of North Sumatra, who has kindly opened this event. And thanks to esteemed lecturers from the Development Economics Today program at the Faculty Economic and Business Universities of North Sumatra. And our respect to speakers, Dr. Wei Chung Kan, Senior Lecturer at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Mr. Tunggul Wicaksono, Research Manager at the ASEAN Studies Center, Gajah Mada University. And Muhammad Gaji Pradipta, Junior Economic from Bank Indonesia North Sumatra Representative Office. Dear lecturer participant, committee members, and fellow students, thank you. Today we are gathered for the EVEREST-9 International Seminar with the theme ASEAN Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. This theme reminds us how important it is for young people such as Asia to work together, improve their skills, and support economic development in a way that is sustainable and fair for all. This seminar is a great opportunity for us to learn from experts, share ideas, and connect with each other. I hope all of us can gain new knowledge and be inspired to make a positive impact in our communities. Lastly, I would like to thank all the committee members and who have worked hard to make this event happen. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Yosua Sitanggang, Chairman of the Development Economy Student Association, for the speech. Moving on to the next agenda is hearing from the Dean Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara, that represented by Mrs. Ingrita Gustisari Nasution, SAMSE, Head of Development Economy Study Program. You might take the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and blessing be upon us. Good morning. Distinguished guests, Professor Dr. Poppy Angelica Jaitun Hasibuan, SSI MSI, APT. Dr. Wai Chung Kain, Senior Lecturer Faculty of Economics and Management University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Mr. Martin Dortman, Lecturer and Researcher in Ecology, Department of Human and Social Science, University of Valle de Costa. Mr. Tunggul Wicaksono, Research Manager ASEAN Studies Center, Universitas Gajah Mada. Mr. Muhammad Gazi Pradipta, Junior Economics, Representative of Bank Indonesia North Sumatra Province. And follow the lectures, participants, colleagues, all participants, and the delegates from universities from Medan and Java, right? And also my dear students, and also the EVEREST-9 committee. It is with great joy and pride that I welcome you to the ASEAN Youth Economic Conference. It is the part of EVEREST-9, where this activity is designed and initiated by our program study, especially from our student in a development economics program. The presence of esteemed speakers, both from Indonesia and abroad, truly enrich the forum. Their insight and expertise, really encouragement are invaluable for shaping the perspective of our young economists. I will also like to express my appreciation to our academic leaders, institutional partners, and also the sponsors for supporting this initiative. Their presence and contribution reaffirm the importance of synergy between academia and society for the brighter future. To participants, I hope this event ignites your curiosity and inspires you to contribute meaningfully in the development of ASEAN. Let us move forward together with knowledge, cooperation, and vision. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. By saying Basmalah, this conference, part of 9 EVEREST, we open.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ingrid Agusti Sarina Sution, SAMSE, for the speech and opening. All right, that is the symbolic opening of our event from Mrs. Ingrid Agusti Sarina Sution, SAMSE. With that, we declare that EVEREST-9 International Seminar is officially started. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the main agenda, that is International Seminar. Asian Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. In this main agenda, we have 2 sessions that will be guided by our moderator.
His name is Dionysius Aprian Nainggolan. He is undergraduate student, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Let's welcome with giving a round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Dionysius Aprian Nainggolan.
Thank you to the MC for such a warm welcoming for all of us today, and good morning for all the participants here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for attending this remarkable event, 9th Everest, which today carries the theme, Asian Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. This theme is magnificently great to be seen because it highlights the vital role of the Asian youth in tackling global economic challenges and promoting sustainable development. But it's not easy to gain this such empowerment in youth. So this great theme not only comes alone. We are very privileged to be accompanied by great speakers today, and with their expertise, their experiences, they will give their valuable insight for all of us today. So I think without any further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Y. Chung Kain from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia, to come and join me to the stage. Please, everyone, give him a big round of applause. So once again, thank you to every participant for joining us today. And here with me is Mr. Wei. He is from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And to Mr. Wei, how are you doing today?
I'm good, and thank you very much for inviting me. First of all, I would like to say thank to the organizer, the organizer of the event, the Economic Development Study Program, the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universities of North Sumatra. Thank you for having me today.
Is this the first time you're visiting Medan?
Yeah, this is the first time I visit Medan, but this is the second time I visit Indonesia. The first time was like 21 years ago when I was in Bali. So this is the first time I'm in Indonesia.
All right, very well. So before we dive into the presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Wei's background through a brief reading of his curriculum vitae. So, Mr. Wei is completed his doctoral program in 2013 in the University Kebangsaan Malaysia and began his teaching career in 1999. He is currently serving as a senior lecturer in the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Wei has also been actively involved in administrative roles and has made significant contribution through academic and industrial services. And also, Mr. Y has several ongoing research projects and numerous publications to his credit. And also, Dr. Y has achieved several prestigious awards. Wow! It is such a pleasure to have you here with us, Mr. Y, because by looking at your extensive experience and remarkable achievements, we are truly grateful to have you here as a speaker in our event today.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Mr. Moderator.
So I think without waiting any longer, I might just hand over the stage to Mr. Y for 20 minutes ahead to share his valuable insight. So please, once again, give him a big round of applause.
I think I'm more comfortable standing. Can I stand when I do my presentation? I'm more comfortable standing, walking around. So today's, first of all, I would like to thank you everyone, for having me today, and good morning everyone, our guest of honor, all right, my fellow speakers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Everest. Now today's theme is the ASEAN Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. Now when we look at this title, there are a few keywords over here: the ASEAN Youth Collaboration and the Human Capital Development and the Sustainable Economic Development. And within the SDG, as you all know, there are 17 SDGs. But the SDGs that are related to the human capital investment are several. So we have several SDGs which are related to the human capital development. Now, next please. Next. Okay, now let's take a look at the, what does it mean by human capital investment or human capital development? Now, first of all, take a look at the definition of human capital development. Now, human capital development is a process of improving, All right, now, okay, this is a pointer. Now, the definition of human capital investment or human capital development, it is the process of improving the productivity-related characteristics of people. Now, what does it mean by human productivity-related characteristics? It is education. It is training, health, mobility, and networking. Now, education is a form of human capital investment that we obtain at the school, like what you have been doing right now. You're doing right now is the education. You are actually investing in human capital investment because it is the process of improving your productivity later. So that's why when you step into the job market, it will improve your labor market outcome in terms of salary, in terms of the employability, in terms of the promotion, and so on and so forth. Now, when you step into the job market, there will be another round, another form of human capital investment. It comes in the form of training. It can be the on-the-job training and the off-the-job training. That is to improve your proficiency so that you will keep yourself updated with the latest technology and the latest skill required. When you're in the schooling and when you're in the job market, you have to invest human capital investment in order to improve your health status and your labor productivity. So enhance your learning outcomes as well as the labor market outcomes. Now, mobility is also another form of human capital investment because if you change your job, if you're hopping from one job to another job, it can actually improve the skill allocation and the labor allocation. So in this case, now you'll be more productive if you manage to find a job which perfectly matches with your qualification. That's called mobility. And next is the networking. Now, what you are doing right now is actually spreading your wings and you are actually developing your network. The network is important because it is the social capital. Through the network, you'll be able to know somebody. It is not what you know that matters, it's actually who you know that matters. So that's the reason why we need to have this. Okay. What that? Previous slide. I'm still on the first slide. Previous. Okay. Now, how are all these different forms of human capital investment related to sustainable development goals? Now, we can actually have we actually have a different goals. We have the number 3, the health and the well-being. And we have a quality education, we have the decent work and the economic growth, and we also have the income inequality. Okay, now all these are the SDGs which are related to the human capital investment. Okay, now let's say we have invested in all these forms of the characteristics. Now, this will actually improve our labor market outcomes. The salary may be improved, the career advancement may be improved, and to a certain extent, we can actually redistribute the income to reduce the income divide or the income inequality in the country. So that's why, in this case, we are able to achieve the SDG number 10. All right, now how does it relate to ASEAN? Now you can see that there is a great potential in ASEAN, the 10 member states countries, in developing the human capital. Okay, because now the next slide actually shows us about the importance, the role played by the country in the ASEAN in order to enhance the human capital investment. But why is it related to youth? Youth, all of you are youth here because the youth actually are technology savvy. And the youth nowadays, the educational quality, the educational qualification is getting higher and higher among the youth. So I'm sure that all of you will be able to be the ambassadors to promote the importance of human capital investment. Given the knowledge, given the digital skills you have, definitely the promotion of human capital investment, the awareness about the importance of human capital investment can be made through the digital platform. So that's why you have the role, all of you as a youth, you have the role in developing the human capital investment. Okay, next slide, please. Now, take a look at the government spending on education. This is what I mean. Now, it's important for the government to spend money, all right, to have the allocation on the education. The government spending on the education is an important determinant for enhancing the human capital investment. Now, take a look at the the graph on the left-hand side, it is the government expenditure on education as a percent of government expenditure. That is from the first 5 ASEAN countries. We call it as an ASEAN 5, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. Okay, we noticed that the government spending on the education is around 20% for this ASEAN 5. And when we look at the rest of the ASEAN country, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, we notice that the percentage of the share of government expenditure on education is relatively low. It's around 10%. It's around 10%. It's hidden over here. It's hidden over here. So that's why, based on this graph, we can actually identify some regional gaps in the educational investment within ASEAN. The next slide, please. The next slide. Now, the regional gap can also be observed in terms of the government spending in health. We noticed that in this case, the ASEAN 5 actually spend more on the healthcare compared to the rest of the countries in the ASEAN. So from here, we can see a potential collaboration among the ASEAN countries in terms of the education, in which the ASEAN 5 may spearhead the initiative of doing the investment and to lead the human capital investment initiative in the rest of the ASEAN countries, since there is a gap. All right, the policy that is implemented by the ASEAN 5 in strengthening the human capital investment can be the role model, it can be the guideline for the rest of the ASEAN countries, so that the gap, all right, the regional gap can be reduced. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now, since the government spending on the education is important and the government spending on the health is also important, now let's take a look at how this spending is related to the economic growth and how it is intertwined with the human capital investment. Now look at this one. First of all, the government spending on the education is important in ensuring the long run. The previous slide, please. The previous slide. Okay, I'm not done yet. So what? Okay, all right. Now, everyone can look at this one. The government spending on the education and how it is related to the long-run economic growth. It is noticed that the government spending on the education can affect the economic growth through the human capital investment. So the human capital investment or accumulation actually is the mediator. It is the mediator of the government spending on education. When the government spends on education, it will enhance the human capital accumulation, and in turn, it affects the long-run economic growth. And the government spending on education is also the important determinant for the high-quality economic development, which is actually moderated by human capital accumulation, which means that a country should have the pool of human capital in order to strengthen the positive association between government spending on education and the high-quality economic development that is characterized by innovation, sustainability, and the social progress. All right. Now, the human capital investment is also important in the government spending on health as well. Now, as we all know, government spending on the health can enhance the economic growth, but with the pool of human capital accumulated in a country, it can actually further strengthen the positive impact of health investment on economic growth. Now we can see that the government spending on health and education and economic growth are actually intertwined with the human capital investment. So that shows the importance of prioritizing the agenda of developing the human capital in order to sustain the economic development, all right, to sustain the economic development. Now, how do we sustain the economic development? Look at this. The government effectiveness, as found by the previous researchers, the government effectiveness is important in channeling the government fund in health and also in education. Now, according to the previous study, it's important for a government to act efficiently, all right, to be operated efficiently in order to strengthen the positive impact of government spending on health and education on the human capital investment. So that's why we need the efficiency, the government effectiveness, all right, the government effectiveness in order to channel the funds that is targeted to developing the human capital. Now, how does the youth play its role, okay, in here. Now, according to the previous study, in order to, ensure the effectiveness in the government has to institutionalize, incorporate youth participation. That means the government has to get the involvement from the youth as a catalyst in promoting the government interest to the people. So today, what you are doing right now, what we are doing right now in the Everest is actually a youth collaboration. It is a youth collaboration in bringing the issue about the importance of human capital investment. So that's why you are actually doing something relevant to what the government has been proposing. All right, but of course, the youth participation can come in the form of the cross-sector collaboration as well as the use of the digital platform, because you are expected to be more technology savvy. So that's why you'll be able to adopt the technology, the digital technology, in order to promote the programs which are related to human capital investment. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, now what kind of a collaboration the youth, the ASEAN youth can have in terms of the human capital development? Now we can see here, the potential collaboration can be in the form of the ASEAN Youth Exchange. In this case, the ASEAN Youth Association can join force together in order to expose the participants with the Society 5.0 skills. It is not just the technical skill or the hard skill that matters, but at the same time, we have to focus on the soft skill like communication skill, problem solving skill, analytical skill, the use of technology, the adoption of technologies, the flexibilities. All right, so all these are the important skills, the soft skill that should come together with the hard skill, and these are the human capital that we have to nurture. All right, so through the ASEAN Youth collaborations, so in the ASEAN Youth Exchange programs, so all these skills can be imparted into the youth. All right, and next is to train the ASEAN in terms of the artificial intelligence so that it can actually enhance or facilitate the digital transformation within ASEAN. When the ASEAN youth brings back the knowledge they have learned in terms of the digital technology back to their own country. So that will be helpful, that will be important in the country. Next, of course, we're talking about the ambassador. Youth can become the ambassador, all right, the ambassador in order to develop the programs that is related to sustainable development goal. All right, the human capital development program like, skills, education, what are the importance of education and what are the importance of soft skills now. This ambassador can actually talk about the importance of all these skills among the people, among his own community back in their country. They become the ambassador. They become the ambassador in order to promote the awareness of the importance of developing skills and training and education among its people. As an ambassador, you will become the role model. You will become the role model for your people, for your, in your community. So that's why it is important for the youth to become the ambassadors in order to spread the news, spread or increase the awareness of importance of human capital investment. And next is about the ASEAN Youth Digital Forum, all right, to nurture the entrepreneurial-minded youth digital talents. You have the digital knowledge, but if you have the entrepreneurial skill is also one of the human capital investment as well. So if you have the digital knowledge together with the entrepreneurial mind, so this will become a very important human capital for you to spread your wing, and to become a knowledge workers in your country and to expand the business through the use of digital talent. When we nurture the talent, it has to nurture from young. So that's why if you participate in the digital forum, so it can actually enhance your entrepreneurial skill and also your digital skill as well. So a conference like what we are having right now, it is a good platform for us to impart the knowledge about the importance of skill. And of course, we may collaborate with the private sector and the government sector. let the private official and the government official to teach us, to guide us, to share with us on the importance of skills in the job market, so that this is something that we can learn from the expert. All right? So of course we need to get the ASEAN youth to collaborate together in order to achieve this objective. What does it mean? How does it relate to the climate change? Of course, we as an ASEAN, we as a youth, we need to collaborate in order to learn the skills, the technical skills related to developing the resilient economy, how to preserve the environment. All these are important because this is important. Right now, we are talking about how green economy can sustain the economic growth in a country. So if you have a knowledge about the green technology, it's actually highly sought after in the job market. Being a youngster, being a youth, if you're equipped with this green technology knowledge, so it's actually a value, it is an added value for you. So that's why when you participate in this event, all right, when the ASEAN youth join forces together to learn the green technology knowledge from the expert, so it is expected that you are able to bring an improvement to not just your workplace and your country as well. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, now we have talked about so much about the different forms of collaboration the ASEAN youth can engage. Now, the next question is, how do we enhance this collaboration? How? It is a how question. So in this case, we need to have these different elements which are the factors in enhancing the interdisciplinary collaboration. We have all these different factors, raising the awareness of the importance of other disciplines, not just education, but at the same time, we have to know the importance of digital technology that should come hand in hand as a human capital investment. So that's why raising the awareness of the importance of collaborating across the discipline, that is the first element. Next is communication and interaction. All these are important. Willingness to learn and work together for ASEAN Youth Association. Different countries will have a different ASEAN Youth Association. So that's why the ASEAN Youth Association in different countries should join force, should work hand in hand. But of course, every association has its own ideology, their own objective, their own vision. So that's why it is a challenge for us to sit down together and then to integrate and reconcile with each other so that we will be able to know, what are the objectives of collaborations, and then the willingness to work together can be enhanced through the understanding and through the shared responsibilities and also the mutual trust. And also there should be a team structure that can actually facilitate for this collaboration. All right, of course, we also need different types of intervention, for example, in terms of training, in terms of the intervention in the company, and the different types of the tools in order to strengthen these elements in the ASEAN youth collaboration. Now let's take a look at it one by one, and how it is related to ASEAN youth collaboration. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Okay, take a look at the first criterion. The first criterion is about raising the awareness and the understanding of other disciplines. Now, in order for the ASEAN Youth Association to join force to work together, so all of them should be aware of and understand about the other discipline. So of course, the ASEAN youth for example, in this country, it may be focusing on education, all right? It may bring up the issue about importance of education, but maybe the ASEAN Youth Association in another country focus more on digitalization. So these two different associations can join force together and to understand each other discipline so that they can work together in a connected way and to increase the team effectiveness. What are the types of collaboration that can be enhanced? For example, if you're thinking about the skill training program, what types of the skill training program that you have to think of? The soft skill, the hard skill. How are we going to, leverage on the digital tools? Okay, so we have to use the digital tool in order to deliver the skills training to the ASEAN. So now in this case, if we are able to understand and they understand the importance of different disciplines. So by understanding the importance of different disciplines, can we collaborate and sit down together and come up with a program that leverages on the digital technology. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Now the second element is the communication. It takes the communication to understand each other. So that's why the ASEAN Youth Association should interact with each other more often to engage in the open discussion, that takes into the consideration of different interests so that they will know each other well and be empathetic with everyone. So that's why knowing each other well through the communication is important in enhancing the ASEAN youth collaboration in human capital investment. So for example, now, if you're talking about offering a skill training, so you may have to consider the benefit and the cost, because when we organize an event, it could be maybe out of the corporate social responsibility, it could be out of profitability as well. So sometimes we have to collect the fund, all right, or the participation fees. So there should be a benefit cost analysis. But at the same time, we may have to join force or may have to collaborate with the organization. And the organization that collaborates with us may be willing to collaborate with us if it is something to do with the corporate social responsibility, which means that the company actually is doing the charity to the people. Now, there is a catch over there. If they are doing the charity, so of course, there shouldn't be much of the profit that is earned. Because in this case, it defeats the purpose of doing the corporate social responsibility. So that's why, how do you balance between profit making and corporate social responsibility fulfillment? That is a challenge. So that's why all of them, the participants or the collaborators, should sit down and communicate and tell each other's interests in order to strike the balance between earning profit and also fulfilling the corporate social responsibility. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Willingness to work together, to understand the needs to work together. What is our need? For example, our need is to enhance the human capital investment among the community. So that's why we have to recognize each other's competence. What are the skills, what are the competence of each of the ASEAN Youth Association? Okay, so of course, like I told you just now, each association has its own strength. Now, how do we balance up the strength to achieve the goal? Our goal is to enhance the human capital in the community. So that's why there are many different aspects, multifaceted human capital development program with a practical relevance. So which program should be taken? So that's why it takes our willingness to work together in order to identify different aspects of human capital development program that should be implemented. So that's why we need to sit down and discuss the willingness to work together to understand each other's need in order to implement the project or the program that has important, that actually enhance the community development. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, I have a few more slides to go. Shared responsibility. All of you, the ASEAN Youth Association, should have their own vision and their responsibility. Now, the shared responsibility or the shared norm that we are trying to achieve is the SDG. This is the theme of our topic today, the SDG. Sustainable Development Goals are the common goals we are approaching. All right, so that's why, what are the goals we are approaching? The SDG goal that I told you just now. So this is actually the goal, the common goal that everybody has to achieve in developing the human capital related project. So now we have already had the shared vision. Our shared vision is the SDG. Okay, so that's why, how are we going to leverage on various expertise to develop the SDG related educational program? So that's why we have to sit down and to learn from each other. And we have to learn to relinquish the power, leave the power, because some people or some associations may be the expert in certain area, and some of the associations may be the expert in some other areas. So that's why now we have to respect the expertise from everyone in order to sit down and to realize the the goal. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, mutual trust. Now, if you were to collaborate, if ASEAN youth has to collaborate, all right, different countries in the ASEAN, the ASEAN Youth Association in different countries, if they were to collaborate, of course, they have to trust each other, that they will be able to, to implement the project that has importance or the added value to the society. So that's why they have to sit down and get to know each other, whether through the informal or the formal meetings, all right, to build a relationship, okay? For example, the ASEAN Youth Association can sit down and share their own proposal. Share their own proposal to gain the interest and to gain the understanding and participation from others. So there should be some regular meeting between the ASEAN Association, the ASEAN Youth Association. All right? So don't be afraid, don't be worried of sharing your own proposal, because by sharing the proposal, you will never know. Maybe the ASEAN Youth Association in another country, they also have their own proposal to share. So if, let's say, both of you have the click, so that's why in this case, the collaboration can be realized. So that's why we have to share our proposal, present our proposal with other ASEAN Youth Association, so that other people will understand our intention and also our programs or our future plan in order to facilitate the mutually beneficial terms and conditions for the collaborations. All right, so all these are the mutual trust that should be developed. The next slide. Next slide. Finally, it's about the team structure. Of course, every ASEAN Youth Association comes with their own committee, the organizing committee, the leader, the secretary, the treasury, so on and so forth, and the committee members. So that's why in this case, the leader should take the initiative to influence the collaboration by setting up these team meetings to motivate the interdisciplinary collaboration among the team members. And of course, in this case, a lot of the brainstorming sessions are expected. Brainstorming sessions are expected with the team members so that we will know, we'll be able to identify the potential activities within the realm of human capital investment that can be implemented by the ASEAN Youth Association. All right. Of course, through this meeting, we have to leverage or capitalize on the network. I'm sure that everyone has your own network. You may know someone from other countries. You may know the youth association or the leader from other countries. Okay. So in this case, maybe we can actually leverage on the network. Network that is established by every team member. But of course, the team leader has to be has to play the role, to facilitate all this discussion within the teams in order to generate the new ideas and to leverage on the network in order to come up with a project that is related to human capital investment. Now, all these are the six elements that should be achieved in order to facilitate the ASEAN youth collaborations. Okay, the ASEAN youth collaboration. Now, what are the intervention? Next slide, please. Now, there are three different types of the intervention. What can be done in order to facilitate for these collaboration? Training. Of course, we need to train the ASEAN youth in order to empower them to collaborate with other people and to come up with a new idea. So new idea can be generated through different rounds of the workshops and the training as well. Of course, the organizational intervention, for example, having the team leader to generate or to initiate different types of the training on a weekly basis, to facilitate for further discussion. Or maybe the member in the ASEAN Youth Association should be encouraged to write their proposal in a written method, in a written way, or the idea should be communicated through oral, all right? So that's why all these are the different tools or the interventions that should be in place in order to facilitate the ASEAN youth collaboration and to facilitate the development, all right? All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, now, all these are my references. All right, all these are my references, the article that I referred to when I prepared for this PowerPoint slide. So this is my last word. All right, so in this case, I hope that the ASEAN youth collaboration can be further strengthened by taking into considerations the 6 different elements that I've mentioned to you just now. All these are the elements important, which are important in enhancing the collaboration. But of course, the ASEAN Youth Association has to take the initiative in offering the training and initiating the meetings to in order to strengthen the understanding and to generate the new ideas for collaboration. There should be a way for us to achieve the shared goal. All right, so that's why hopefully, through this sharing, so the ASEAN Youth Association can further strengthen the collaboration with each other in different countries within the ASEAN, all right, and to further promote the awareness about the importance of human capital investment for sustainable economic development. All right, so with that, I end my presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention. All right.
Very well. It was such a magnificent, what a priceless knowledge for all of us today. So in the presentation, I noticed that there are 6 key stimulants or elements in promoting effective collaboration among Asian youth. So Mr. Y, I have a question. Among those 6 elements, what is the most important element among all of those?
Well, we can't say that which element is more important because all of them are interrelated. As you can see there, when we talk about mutual trust, when we talk about the shared responsibility, of course, we must be able to know the shared responsibility. What are the goals that we have to achieve in order to trust each other? So that's why all the 6 elements that I mentioned to you just now, that I explained just now, actually are interrelated. They intertwine with each other to generate a coherent whole. None of it can be missed. None of it can be ignored. So that's why we have to, all these 6 elements should come together hand in hand in order to enhance the collaboration. But of course, what is important, if you want me to pick the most important element, I think that should be the mutual trust. Mutual trust, because now it involves the collaboration among the youth, all right? Among the youth in different countries. So that's why we have to understand the intention, the vision of every association. Otherwise, the collaboration will not be realized. So that's why I think that the mutual trust is important. You have to understand, you have to trust the willingness and also the ability of other associations, all right? So without the trust, there will be no collaboration. So if I were to pick the most important element, I would say it is the mutual trust. But believe me, all of the rest of the elements are also important because it's intertwined with each other. They're interconnected.
Thank you, Dr. Wei. So I think we might have a break time. We have another speech, so I think I'll hand it over to the Master of Ceremonial.
All right, we apologize for the interruption in our main agenda international seminar.
We welcome Mrs. Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSE, MSE, APT, as our Vice Rector, Universitas Sumatera Utara.
All right, moving on the next agenda is hearing opening speech from the Vice Rector Universitas Sumatera Utara. Therefore, we are welcoming Mrs. Professor Dr. Poppy Angelisa Zaitun Hasibuan, SSE, MSE, APT.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Warm greetings of health and peace to us all. The Honorable Head of Development Economic Study Program, Ms. Ingrita Gusti Sarina Sution, SAMSE, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Y. Chung Hain, welcome to USU. from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Mr. Martin Dotman from Department of Human and Social Sciences, University of Valle d'Aosta, Italy. Mr. Tunggul Wicaksono from Asian Studies Center Gajah Mada University. Mr. Muhammad Ghazi Pradipta as a junior economist, Bank Indonesia, North Sumatra Representative Office. Esteemed Dean of Faculties at Universitas Sumatera Utara, ada Prof. Khaira, Prof. Elizabeth, dan Bapak Ibu lainnya. Chairperson and Committee of the EVEREST-9 International Seminar, Mr. Muhammad Rizky Tri Gunawan. Respected faculty members, researchers, and seminar participants. Let us extend our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, for His grace and blessing that have enabled us to gather today at the EVEREST-9 International Seminar 2025, organized by the Students Association of Department of Economic and Development Studies, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, on behalf of the leadership of Sumatera Utara, Universitas Sumatera Utara, I would like to welcome all speakers and participants. I also wish to convey my highest appreciation to the organizing committee for their hard work and commitment to presenting this important scientific forum. I am pleased to welcome the organization of this international seminar, which carries the theme Asian Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital Development for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. This seminar is a tangible reflection of the spirit of regional collaboration, especially among the Asian youth, in strengthening human capital for sustainable economic development, like Dr. Wai said before. We know that sustainable development cannot rely solely on technological advancement of economic growth. It must also be grounded in high-quality human capital, resilient, adaptive, and globally minded. Therefore, investment in youth development is key to addressing future challenges from climate change and technological disruption to socio-economic disparities. In the Asian context, the role of youth is undeniably strategic. With over half of the Asian population under 35, this demographic dividend must be optimized through cross-border, cross-cultural, and cross-disciplinary collaboration. Through strong cooperation, Asian youth can learn from one another, exchange ideas, and devise innovative solutions to strengthen the region's socio-economic resilience aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, I highly appreciate this seminar initiative, not only for fostering youth networking across ASEAN, but also for encouraging constructive dialogue and concrete cooperation in developing human capital across strategic sectors. I believe the insight delivered by our speakers today will spark fresh ideas and critical thinking about our shared aspiration. EVEREST is a platform for young researchers and economic students initiated by Department of Economics and Development Studies and the Student Association of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Sumatera Utara. This event serves as a space for ASEAN youth to collaborate, exchange perspectives, and inspire innovation in economic. The theme chosen for this 2025 edition aptly addressed the crucial need for youth collaboration in human capital development as a driver of sustainable economic growth across Asian nations and as a reference for national and regional policy directions. As a center of knowledge, Universitas Sumatera Utara is responsible for continuously serving as an open space for dialogue, collaboration, and the shaping of future leaders who are competent, ethical, and sustainability oriented. The importance of human capital development cannot be overstated. By advancing education, skills, and innovation, we can build a solid foundation for future prosperity. At the same time, the Sustainable Development Goals provide us with a global framework to guide our efforts in achieving economic, social, and environmental sustainability. This conference brings together students, researchers, and lecturers from across Asia to engage in various activities, including paper competitions, international seminars, teaching day, award night, city tours, and field visits. These activities are designed to promote critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration, all essentials in shaping tomorrow leaders. At this moment, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers, participants, sponsors, and organizers for their tireless effort and dedication in making this event success. The entire series of activities runs smoothly and productively, generating insightful and impactful recommendations from this authentic intellectual gathering. In closing, I wish all of you have a fruitful and inspiring seminar. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, continue to guide us and bless all our hopes and endeavors. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for our vice lecturer, Sri, for this speech. We would like to request to keep on our stage because the next agenda is giving merch.
We would now like to invite, Mrs. Poppy, we would like request to keep on our stage because the next agenda is giving merch. And also we invite Mrs. Ingrid Agusti Sari Nasution, SAMSE, to present the merch to our Vice Rector 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the merch from Mrs. Ingrid Agusti Sari Nasution, SAMSE, to our Vice Rector 3, Mrs. Professor Dr. Poppy Angelita Hasibuan, SSI MSI APT. Please give applause. Alright, following the merch presentation, we want to invite all of speakers and all of lecturers, Faculty of Economic and Business Environmental, Universitas Sumatera Utara, to take picture together. Mrs. Poppy and Mrs. Ingrita Gusti Sari Nasution, SMSI, please keep on our stage because we will proceed with a group photo session. So we would like to invite all of speakers, Mr. Dr. Wai Chung Kain, to join us, and of lecturers from Faculty of Economic and Business Environmental, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the camera and we will count down. In 3, 2, 1. All right.
One more time, in 3, 2, 1. And now, we will take a picture with all participants. To all participants, please stand up.
Mr. and Mrs., please keep on our stage because we will take a picture together with all of participants. To all of participants, please stand up. Okay, we will count down in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, one more time, please give a good poses. Yeah, all right. We will count down in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, all right. To all participants, please sit down and thank you so much for Mr. and Mrs. After the photo session, please kindly return to your seats as we continue the seminar international.
And now we will give back the stage to moderator.
Thank you. So I think we're just going to move on to the next speaker, Mr. Tunggul. Mr. Tunggul, are you connected with us?
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Tunggul, are you connected with us?
Hello, good morning. Yes, am I audible? Hello? Hello.
Oh, all right, sir. You are audible clearly. Okay, your sound is clear. Thank you. Thank you. So, audience, please give him a big round of applause. So, Mr. Tunggul Wicaknoso is a research manager at the Asian Studies Center, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and a lecturer in international relations at the University of Amikom, Yogyakarta. His role primarily involves managing prominent issues, determining research priorities, and developing a roadmap for the center. He also worked under the National Center for Research on Europe, University of Canterbury, to represent Indonesia alongside his academic partners from China, Japan, and South Korea. As a researcher, he is involved in all stages of data collection and analysis, producing integrating them into policy recommendation for the European Union. His current research interests include peace and security studies, human rights, green politics, gender mainstreaming in Southeast Asia, and Asian studies. So I think I might just hand over the stage to Mr. Tunggul for 20 minutes ahead for doing a presentation to give his valuable, priceless insight for all of us today. Give him, once again, give him a round of applause.
Okay, thank you for the moderator. It is a warm welcome, and I've seen a remarkable presentation from Dr. Wai Chung Kain, and I am now will present about the community-driven sustainability of ASEAN youth as catalyst for circular economy and waste management innovations. But before I start my presentation, can you all see my screen sharing right now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Clear.
Okay, we'll start. So, good morning, everyone, and it's truly a privilege to be here today and sharing stage with all of you who are committed in advancing human capital development in the ASEAN region. My name is Tunggul Wicaksono, and my work in ASEAN studies has given me the opportunity to explore how youth has given the vibrant region, and I think the youth are stepping up to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time, which is sustainability being at the forefront. So, as part of this seminar, I'll be speaking about the vital role of ASEAN youth in driving innovation related to the circular economy and waste management. And these efforts are not only important for the future for our environment, but also, I think, essential for this region's economic resilience. And in the next 20 or 30 minutes, we will explore how youth are leading the community-driven sustainability projects and why it is so urgent that we support and amplify their efforts. And the ultimate goal of today's sessions, I hope, is to inspire all of us to take action and recognize the enormous potential of the ASEAN youth have in shaping a sustainable future. So, going to the next slide. For the context, the ASEAN region is the home of over 650 million people, and what stands out about this region is the youth demographic. And just so you know, nearly half of the ASEAN's population is under the age of 30. This makes ASEAN is one of the youngest regions globally. And I think this is not just a statistics, it's an opportunity, I guess. Youth in ASEAN are the drivers of the change and innovation, and they are proving that they can lead on crucial sustainability issues, and especially when it comes to waste management and circular economic practices, which we are going to discuss in the next slide. And what makes this situation even more urgent is the novelty and the innovative potential of youth in ASEAN. ASEAN youth, I think, are not simply following the traditional sustainability practices that have been tried and tested. They are also kind of revolutionizing them. And take, for instance, how young people are leveraging their technologies. You have social media and grassroots movements to address waste management in completely new ways. They are not only recycling or repurposing waste, they are also redesigning waste systems altogether by introducing circular business models, waste to energy projects, and even eco-conscious fashion lines. And for the next context, youth in ASEAN are creating upcycling businesses from discarded material and building digital platforms for waste exchange and developing new biodegradable packaging alternatives. And I think those three initiatives are not just locally relevant, they have also the potential to be scaled across the region and globally. In fact, I think these young innovators are often ahead of policymakers and industries in proposing bold and innovative, creative solutions and challenging the status quo and driving a new wave of sustainable practices in ASEAN. And based on my research, this generation of youth represents a unique opportunity for ASEAN to lead the way in sustainability through their innovative approaches. And I think by leveraging technology, education, and passion for change, ASEAN youth are not only pushing the boundaries of what's possible, they are also ensuring that sustainable solutions are both forward-thinking and deeply rooted in local cultures and needs. And this is the novelty that they bring in the table: innovative, tech-savvy, and community-driven approaches to solving the age-old environmental issues. And but why does sustainability matters in ASEAN and Southeast Asia specifically? You may think that this is essential questions. So let me contextualize this for a moment. Southeast Asia is one of the most rapidly urbanizing regions in the world. Cities are expanding, populations are growing, and industries are booming. Yet, with this growth comes a significant challenges: environmental degradation. In fact, just so you know, Southeast Asia contributes heavily to global plastic waste, and the region's cities are struggling with waste management systems that are already at capacity. For example, in the Philippines, Indonesia, and in the Vietnam are some of the world's top contributors to plastic waste. with millions of tons of waste ending up in oceans, damaging marine ecosystem and threatening biodiversity. And this issue is not just an environmental one. It also has an economic impact, especially in industry like, tourism, fishing, and agriculture. Therefore, I suppose it's clear that sustainable practices are not just necessary, they are urgent. And this is where ASEAN youth come in. They have the energy, the creativity, and the digital connectedness that make a real difference. So let us understand the circular economy concept. By the concept itself, by the definition, circular economy is simple, actually, but transformative. It's about moving away from the traditional take, make, and dispose model that has dominated industries for centuries. Instead, the circular economy encourages us to rethink how we design, produce, and consume goods. Rather than discarding products at the end of their life, we focus on extending their use, reusing materials, and recycling components to keep resources in circulation for as long as possible. The next question, why is it important? For ASEAN countries, embracing circular economy is essential not only to tackle environmental challenges like plastic pollution and resource depletion, but also to unlock new economic opportunities. And I think by creating a system that minimizes waste and maximizes resource use, ASEAN can reduce dependence on raw material import, cut down on environmental degradation, and create sustainable jobs and industries that can grow in line with global sustainability trends. So, one of the key challenges in adapting a circular economy principles is making it practical and actionable. This is the most important at the decision-making level. Here's a simple framework that organizations, maybe governments, stakeholders, communities can use to implement circular economy practices in that process. So the first one is the design for longevity and reusability. Um, if we can take for an action, we can incorporate circular principles into product design by focusing on durability, repairability, and ease of disassembly, and ensure that products are designed with the end of life in mind. So for example, companies can design smartphones with modular parts so that individual components like batteries, screens can be easily replaced rather than replacing the whole device. And another sample of action is we can adopt resource efficient production processes by implementing closed loop. We can use this technology system in factories or utilizing renewable energy sources during the production to lower environmental impact. And for another efforts that can goes hand in hand is to promote recycling and upcycling, enable collaboration and partnership between the stakeholders, and to support the circular business model. So, implementing circular economy principles has enormous potential for ASEAN, both environmentally and economically. So I have mentioned 4 points that I think the potential of the circular economy in ASEAN itself. The first one is the economic growth. Just so you know, the circular economy can unlock up to 4.5 trillion dollars in economic benefits by 2030 as estimated by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. For ASEAN, if we can translate this into the new industries like green jobs and a stronger economic foundation that doesn't rely on resource extraction. And the second one is the sustainability leadership. What I mean by sustainability leadership is by adopting circular economic models, ASEAN countries can position themselves themselves as global leaders in sustainability. And by doing so, they can attract investment, boosting trade in green technologies, and meeting international climate targets. And the third one is the resource security. As we know, ASEAN nations face increasing pressure to secure resources for future generations. A circular economy reduces dependency on raw materials by reusing existing materials and resources and ensuring greater resource security for the future. And the last one is the job creation. I think this is the most important aspect, that the circular economy can create millions of jobs in recycling, refurbishing, remanufacturing, and other related sectors. For ASEAN youth, this offers the opportunity to become leaders in emerging green industries. So we have talked about the potential. What about the challenges? So these are the main challenges. Despite its enormous potential, adopting a circular economy in ASEAN is not without its challenges. The first one is the infrastructural barriers. That, as we know, many ASEAN countries still lack of the necessary infrastructure to support a circular economy. So I think we need the investment in infrastructure because that is crucial in making the circular practices scalable and rational. The second one is the cultural and behavioral shifts. And this is moving from a take, make, and dispose mindset to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Challenging. It's pretty challenging because our mentality requires a cultural shift. This might be challenging, particularly in regions where waste management practices are not well established or consumerism is deeply ingrained in their society. And the third one is the financial and policy support. What I mean by this is the transition to a circular economy often requires kind of a substantial investment from both private and public sectors. And this includes research and development into new technologies and providing financial incentives to business that adopt circular models. And the next one is, I think the circular economy to take the road, both businesses and consumers need to understand its benefit. The awareness and education are essential to drive the demand for the circular products and services. That's why I mentioned the lack of awareness and education. And the last one is I think there are still significant gaps in policies and regulations that support circular economy models, and government must create and enforce policies that encourage recycling, waste reduction, and responsible consumption. So let's talk about what youth can do. While there are challenges, the potential of the circular economy is immense. ASEAN youth, with their innovative thinking, are already stepping up to the challenge. By adopting the circular economy model, ASEAN can reduce waste and improve the resource efficiency, and furthermore, build a more sustainable and prosperous nature of the country. And the framework I have outlined today is just a starting point. But if we can implement it effectively, it can serve as a blueprint for countries across the region to transition towards a more sustainable economic model. Now, you might ask, why is this so important? The urgency of embracing a circular economy has never been clearer, especially for ASEAN countries. As I have mentioned, rapid industrialization and urbanization that I have talked at the very first place in this presentation in this Southeast Asia region have led to an increase of waste, resource depletion, and pollution. But more than that, the circular economy can offer ASEAN countries a new economic opportunities. And I think by investing in circular systems like sustainable manufacturing and so on, Southeast Asia can create a new industries, a new jobs, and even reduce the region's dependence on imported raw materials. And on a personal note, I have seen a first-hand experience how much of an impact the circular economy can have, both in terms of the environment and the economy. During my research, I had the opportunity to visit a community recycling project in Indonesia where youth were not only collecting waste but turning it into a new product. This hands-on experience showed me how, when youth are empowered, I think they can come up with solutions that not only solve environmental issues, but also create a new business opportunities. That's why understanding and implementing the principles of a circular economy is more critical than ever. And for the next slide, across the ASEAN, this is some of the examples. Young people are already implementing circular economy practices with incredible creativity and energy. Let's look at some examples. The first one is from Indonesia by Rebricks Innovation, founded by young entrepreneurs. They are Ovi Sabrina and Novita Tant, the founder of Rebricks. They transforms unrecyclable plastic waste such as the multi-layer sachets into durable, eco-friendly bricks and paving blocks. And the second one, we have the examples from the Philippines, the Sibol, Sustainable Intervention for Biodiversity, Oceans and Landscape. And from the Thailand, we have Universal Biopack, a startup led by a young innovators produces biodegradable packaging made from cassava starch and bamboo. And we have also from Vietnam, developed by Vietnamese youth. Recycle Map is a kind of digital platform that connects households with nearby recycling points and waste collectors. And the last one we have Malaysia with BGBG initiative, developed by a young Malaysians. The BGBG initiative is like a social enterprise that upcycles discarded materials such as seat belts and tarpaulins into fashionable bags and accessories. And I think what's inspiring about those examples is that they go beyond just addressing waste. They also create a sustainable business model, reduce resource consumption, and engage the entire communities in the process. Those five youth-led projects are not only solving immediate problems, which is the waste management itself, but they are creating a long-term solutions that can be replicated across the regions. Moreover, many of those initiatives are supported by local government and NGOs, showing how effective collaborations can drive a sustainable change. I think that's the most important point in this slide is we need to engage with the stakeholders by the local governments and the NGOs for the effective collaboration. So in the next slide, I will give you an example for the power of community-driven sustainability. So, if we talk about the sustainability, it's not just about a top-down policy, it's about the active participation of communities working together for a shared goal. And one powerful example comes from Indonesia, where youth-led initiative called Pandawara Group is making a significant impact. This group based in Bandung has been at the forefront of community-driven sustainability efforts, and the Pandawara group focuses on tackling plastic waste by organizing the cleanup campaigns, creating awareness about plastic pollution, and providing a sustainable alternative to plastic products. What makes their approach particularly powerful is their ability to engage the local communities. in these efforts, which is turning waste management into a shared responsibility. So let's focus on the Pandawara's effort. Pandawara Group also runs an educational programs aimed at teaching young people how to recycle and repurpose plastic waste and turning it into a valuable products like eco-friendly bags, home decor, and other upcycled goods. And through this initiative, they not only reduce waste but also create a sustainable livelihoods for local youth by empowering them with the skills to start their own small business. So they have actually some programs like the river and beach cleanups, one day one trash bag campaigns, go green campaigns, and when we talk about the Go Green campaigns, of course, it's also related and aligned with the SDG 13 about the climate action. This campaign, I think, promote the community participation in environmental conservation through activities like reforestation and waste management.
I'm sorry
And
for interrupting you, sir, but the time is less than 1 minute.
okay, thank you, thank you. I will continue this shortly. And I think this community-driven approach aligns perfectly with the SDGs, with SDGs number 12, responsible consumption and production. And I suppose by addressing plastic waste at the community level, the Pandawara Group is the best example in creating a culture of environmental stewardship among the youth. And this example from Indonesia is a testament to the power of community-driven sustainability. When local communities take the lead, the solutions are not only more sustainable, they are also more impactful because they are based on the real needs and resources of those communities. And this is how we can build a resilient, a sustainable ASEAN, and by empowering youth and communities to take charge of their own future. So shared responsibility among the society. Well, as I mentioned before, the current state of waste management in ASEAN is in a crisis. Southeast Asia generates over 30 million tons of plastic waste each year. And of course, we cannot afford to sit back and hope for a change. We need to act now. This is why ASEAN youth must be more actively involved in shaping solutions because I think they are not only innovative, but they are also well positioned to lead. And I think education plays a pivotal role in equipping youth with the knowledge and skills needed to drive the sustainability. Um, if I can give one more example, in Singapore, universities um, they have the universities that offer specialized course on the circular economy and waste management. These programs are designed to give students not only about the theoretical, but also the practical tools to implement sustainable solution in their communities and business. And along with that, government also have a critical role to play, and by creating policies, bottom-up policies that provide financial incentives for green startups, offering grants for youth-led initiative, and integrating sustainability into a national curriculum, governments can actually create supportive environment where youth innovation can thrive. So those are the key takeaways from my presentations. I think that ASEAN youth are already driving circular economy innovation and creating a waste management solution. However, the urgency of addressing these challenges cannot be overstated. So if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals and ensure a sustainable future, we need to double down on efforts to support these youth leaders through education, policies, and financial supports. So as ASEAN youth, I think is the most crucial aspect in shaping the future of sustainability. So if we can create and encourage and support ASEAN youth to create startup focus on waste management solution and circular economic innovation, they can also involved in the development of digital platform for waste tracking and creating apps maybe that help consumers understand how to reduce, reuse, and recycle based on the terminology and the definition of the circular economic model. And also, there's a need and the urgency of engaging young people and the role of education of policy in supporting the youth-led initiative. And by creating curriculum integration, a policy incentive from the government, because I think that the policymakers can create incentives such as grants or tax breaks to support youth-led innovation in sustainability. So, uh, as we have seen today, youth across ASEAN are not waiting for the change. They are actually creating it. From cleaning rivers to designing zero waste products, they are proving that innovation, creativity, and responsibility can go hand in hand. Their efforts
Sir,
reminds me that
once
building
again, sir,
a
I do
okay,
apologize, but the time has been extended for 5 minutes. Thank you
okay,
for
okay.
your presentation, sir. I'm sorry
Okay,
for
thank you.
interrupting you.
This is actually the last slide. So as we leave this room, let's carry this energy and vision forward in our communities, our policies, and our everyday choices. Because in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, be the change that you wish to see in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to Mr. Tunggul for such an inspiring presentation, and we can see how the Asian youth are taking a major role in promoting the circular economy, and the creativity of the young generation can be a real solution to sustainability challenges. So I think we're going to just move on to the Q&A session. But before we started, I just need to give some more information that we're only open floor for 2 questions, and for those who would like to ask a question, please come forward to the near the red chair in the front. Please come forward, and before asking your question, please specify to which speaker are you referring to, as we have 2 speakers in this session, and please introduce yourself, your name, which institution are you came from, and then you can ask your question. So, anyone interested? You won't have this opportunity anymore. So, oh right, we have one, the guy over there in the blue, and one more chance, one more opportunity. Okay, I think we will go for the guy over there. You might go. Okay, you might come forward to nearby the chair.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Raisa Natama Siregar, and I'm from Polytechnic Negeri Medan. I want to ask to Dr. Wei. So there are 6 key elements of human capital development. Now I want to, and one of them is networking. Okay, and I want to ask: is there any community that include all of youth from Asian countries that can helping us as a student to enhance our human capital development elements in ourselves. Thank you so much.
Yeah, can you repeat the first few words? Is there any
Is there any community,
opportunities?
community,
Community.
community
Community.
that include all of youth from some of Asian countries that can helping us to enhance our our human capital development key in ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your questions. So I guess that maybe you can do a Google search on the ASEAN youth collaboration. If I remember correctly, there is this ASEAN Youth Association. ASEAN Youth Association. Yeah, it's very easily accessible. You can do a Google search. Yeah, ASEAN something. It comes under the name of ASEAN Youth Collaboration or ASEAN Youth Association. Now, these associations actually are involved in developing those activities related to the youth. And those activities are something to do with like education, digital economy, and also the skill development as well. And some of the associations actually are involved in developing the youth talent. For example, being the ambassador. They have this ambassador program. The ambassador program is a program that actually empower the youth to become the role model so that they will learn something through the meeting and bring back their agenda, bring back their idea back to their own country. So for example, being an ambassador, you have to talk about the importance of digital technology, let's say. This is the idea that you want to bring forth. So being an ambassador, you have to present your own proposal, and you have to present the proposal that is related to human capital investment. For example, digital technology development. So once you return to your country, you have to encourage the people in your country, especially the youth, to embrace technology and to tell your people, the youth, how important technology is, how relevant it is in applying to the job market. So being an ambassador, you have to become the role model to tell everyone the good story about embracing digital technology. So that's why I think that if you do a Google search, you'll be able to come across all these different ASEAN youth collaboration, the ASEAN Youth Associations. Every year, they actually organize activities related to ASEAN youth, something to do with human resource development as well. So try to do a Google search. It's easily accessible.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your question.
Okay. Okay, good morning, sir. Actually, I have a question for both of the speakers here, Mr. Tunggul Wicaksono and Dr. Y. Chungkai. I notice a big problem here, especially in Indonesia. Indonesia have a big gap between a rural and urban area in terms of human quality, in terms of education levels, healthcare, etc., etc. And I'm pretty sure that these things can affect the quality of human quality in Indonesia especially. My question is actually pretty simple. What can the youth people, the young people do to help bridge this gap, this big gap in between rural and urban area in Indonesia? So anybody can have the same level or the same standard of human quality in all of across of Indonesia. Thank you.
Mr. Tunggul, you may now respond to questions, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that is very thought-provoking question. And I think we can argue that this gap directly affects the human development and the quality of life, especially in the rural and urban areas. And in the context of the sustainability itself, I think Indonesia's youth can play a pivotal role in bridging this divide, bridging the gap, especially by promoting and implementing circular economic model. Based on my presentation, youth can help the rural communities shift from linear to circular economic activities by training villagers maybe and developing the local social enterprises. Because when we talk about the local communities, we need to embrace the local culture that can be developed into the next action, which is by encouraging them to create a system that is sustainable for the future. And as a young people, you are very tech savvy, tech driven education and innovation hubs. We can develop more by we can bridge the knowledge gap by maybe creating the mobile learning platforms or application to teach the circular economy and the sustainability models, economic concepts and skills. And I think there are uh, plenty of examples based on the youth-led waste management initiative, because when we talk about those initiatives with the rural communities, we need to establish local recycling centers or community composting to turn the waste into the opportunity. And I have mentioned in my presentation, because we need collaborations between and among the stakeholders, is we can build the urban and also the rural partnership to organize, like I call it the reverse internships or the village immersions, where urban youth can learn and co-create solutions with rural communities. And that is why in this form of collaborative cooperatives that connects rural to urban producers with the low waste value chains can encourage cross uh, urban and cross-rural youth-led projects focusing on the sustainable and agroforestry or regenerative agriculture. So I think the key takeaways is by combining the innovation and empathy, by sharing the burden and the circular mindset, Indonesian youth can transform the rural challenges into the opportunities. Because when we talk about the how to bridge the gap, is not only in geography, but in the sustainable human development movement and efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
It seems to be we have a little more time left, so we open the floor for one more questions. This is the last question. One more question. Anyone interested?
I'm sorry, I also asked that question for Dr. Wai Chung Kan also. Yeah, the questions I just give what young people can do to bridge the gap between rural and urban area.
Oh, so so you address the question to me?
Okay, so I may repeat the questions. So what can young people do to bridge the gap between rural and urban area in terms of human quality?
Okay. All right, I got what you mean. So you're trying to ask whether the youth, what can be done by the youth in order to bridge the gap between the development, bridge the economic development gap between the rural area and the urban area. What is the role played by the youth? All right. Now, youth, being youth, I'm sure the youth are being energetic. You're very energetic. So that's why you can actually go to the rural area, all right, to organize the activities related to human capital development. For example, training. Now, if you have a specific skill, for example, all of you are from university, I'm sure that all of you must be equipped with your own expertise. For example, if you're good in digital technology, so it's time for you to go to the rural area to teach, to impart the digital technology knowledge to the people, to the young people, to the children. So I think this is what the youth can do. You're all energetic. You can go to the rural area and to bring your knowledge that you have learned from the university. All right? So the youth can also collaborate with the organization. For example, organization offering the skills. For For example, the communication skill, interpersonal skill, all right, and some other computer skills. So all these skills can also be, imparted on people from the rural area. So by doing so, I'm sure that people from the rural area will be able to pick up the necessary skill or the up-to-date skill, all right, the state-of-the-art skills, all right, in order to bridge the gap between the rural area and the urban area. So it takes our effort, the youth effort to walk extra mile down to the rural area and to bring along with the knowledge, the skills, and the expertise they have to be shared across different people from the rural area. This is a way of bridging the gap between the urban area and the rural area. Hopefully by doing that, the income inequality in a country can be reduced. Hopefully I have answered your question.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Y and Mr. Tunggul for such a clear explanation about how do we handle the gap and how do we empower the youth. So I think we're enough, and I might just end the Q&A session. I think we're moving to the next agenda, which is the presenting certificate to the speakers as a gesture of gratitude. I might just hand it over to the Master of Ceremonial.
Thank you so much for the moderator and to the all speakers in this international seminar. And we would like to request to keep on our stage because the next agenda is giving certificate and merge.
We will now like to invite Mrs. Ingrita Gusti Sarina Sution, SAMSE, to give certificates to our speakers, and Mrs. Dr. Monica Andrasari, SAMSE, to giving the merge to our speakers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the certificates present to our speakers from Head of Development Economic Study Program, Mrs. Ingrita Gusti Sari Nasution, SAMSE.
Please give applause.
Continue with the match present from this boot paragraph as our sponsors. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ingrita and Mr. Wei Chungkain. We apologize, Mrs. Ingrita. We would like request to keep on our stage because we want to present the certificates to our another moderator, Mr. Tunggul Wicaksono from ASEAN Study Center Universitas Gajah Mada. Okay, maybe it's like a symbolic. Okay. All right, Mr. Tunggul, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Tunggul Wicaksana, represented by our moderator, Mr. Dionysius Aprian Nainggolan. Yeah, and Mr. Tunggul also with us in virtual Zoom. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ingrita. After the present certificates to our speakers, please kindly return to your seats as we continue the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to our own chair and take sit down because we will continue our seminar. Welcome back to our event today, which is 9 Everest rates. The theme is
Asian Youth Collaboration in Strengthening Human Capital for Sustainable Economic Development within the SDGs framework. And also, our event more or less 4 months ago already running the paper competition from registration and then paper submission. And now, all of participants' paper in the process of being assessed by our competent jury. So we are sure that this event is going to be fabulous on today's event and especially tomorrow for the awarding night. And for the next agenda, we give it to our moderator, Mr. Dionysius Aprian Nainggolan. Time is yours.
Okay, I think we'll move to the next agenda, to the next speaker, to our third speaker today, actually, Mr. Martin Dodman from Italy. Mr. Dodman, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very clear. All right, very well. So before we dive into the presentation, let me introduce Mr. Martin background by doing a brief reading of his curriculum vitae. Martin Dodman lives and works in Italy as a lecturer and researcher in ecology in the Department of Human and Social Sciences at the University of the Valle d'Aosta, and is the co-editor of the international journal Visions for Sustainability. His work is concerned with the relationship between ecology, biocultural diversity, and sustainability in the fields of evolutionary ecology, the ecology of language and multilingualism, and the ecology of human development, learning processes, and learning environments. So I might just hand over the stage to Mr. Dodman for 20 minutes ahead for doing presentation and share his valuable insight to all of us today. Mr. Dodman, you may now start your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm going to try to share my screen. I've got a very few slides. I sent the slides, so if there's any problem with the screen sharing, then I'm sure they can be distributed to the participants. But I'll now try to share the screen to see if it works. I hope that's okay. Could somebody confirm if you can see the slides?
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Okay. All right. So some brief considerations today about certain aspects of the concept of sustainable development, its relationship to the very common ideas that have been with us for the last, say, 10 or 15 years on sustainable development goals, and some of the at least potential paradoxes that I see about the sustainable development goals as they have been outlined in many documents, both the United Nations and many other documents that seem to often make almost automatic reference to these as the key set of guidelines for the future. I think there are some problematic aspects which I'll try to outline very briefly, and at the same time pose some open questions that I think are still left. I'm starting from the idea that the word paradox means that sometimes what can be seen to be obvious and clear maybe should be looked at in more depth. We should try to look beneath the surface at some of the things that seem to be automatic assumptions. I'm going to look at three key words in terms of developing this idea of paradox. The first word will be the word development itself. The second word will be growth, and the often almost automatic assumption that says that development necessarily presupposes growth. And then looking at a third key word, which we find very commonly in the relevant documents on sustainable development goals, the word inclusion, the word inclusive, which seems to be a key concept that runs all the way through the literature. So I'll be looking at these three key words and posing some questions or elaborating some paradoxes. The first one is related to what I'm calling the development paradox. And I'm posing here a kind of opposition between the very common meanings that we find in the word development, which is often not necessarily defined in the same way, and going back to the etymology of the word, which is an exercise that I always think can be very useful for us, trying to go back to some kind of essential meaning and thinking about how we might potentially use more usefully the word development itself. Now, in the common meanings of the word development as it's used today, for some people, the basic association would be that if something is developed, then it's more advanced. But very often, I think we need to pose the question, why is it more advanced? And is it going in the right direction? Are we actually moving in such a way as to make things better? The word better, of course, means that there is a kind of second association with development, improving. And again, a key question would be, how are we improving things? In what way are we improving things? Are we actually improving things? Might be an important question to ask sometimes. Another thing that's often associated with the idea of development is expanding. Something that develops, in some senses, gets bigger or maybe more numerous. And again, the question is more better? I'm personally convinced that we probably need to reduce rather than expand. My ideas tend to be in a kind of degrowth rather than more growth perspective. But obviously, these are very complex questions, and can't possibly deal with them adequately in the time that we have today. I think from what I heard as I joined about half an hour ago, there have been many other speakers that are obviously dealing with questions related to this as well. But what I'd like us to consider for a moment is if many of us, when we talk about development, have in mind something like advanced or improving or expanding, maybe we could just step back a moment and go, as I said, to the etymology of the word development, which, if we go back to Latin, is dis sviluppare. This means undoing. It means stepping back from. often, in one sense, doing the opposite of. And vilupare originally gives the sense of an entanglement, something that is very, very confused. Something that is what I think today we often call a wicked problem, something that goes to a kind of level of hypercomplexity, which I think is the kind of state in which we find ourselves and the whole planet today. So what I'm proposing is that we consider the word development primarily as disentangling confusion, clarifying complexity to the extent that we human beings as a species are capable of clarifying complexity. And I'm therefore proposing an idea of development that should first and foremost be understanding problems to the extent, as I said, that we are capable of understanding problems. Some wicked problems today, I fear, may be beyond human understanding, but again, that would require much more time than we have to develop it as an idea. What we need to do certainly is foresee consequences. And I fear today that a great deal of the action that's taken is not necessarily able to foresee the consequences. Obviously, I'm not just talking about action on the part of well-intentioned people who would like to find ways of making human trajectories more sustainable. I'm thinking again of what I call, because I'm an ecologist, our species as one of billions of species on the planet. I feel that we often are not able
got our release of quarter GDP growth, and we can see it's pretty good. Inflation is at a stable rate, as well as the GDP. And surprisingly enough, the consumers' confidence index is also pretty stable in the region of in the region of good confidence index. And especially in Sumatra, what we see is there's an economic growth that is boosted by export. This is highly unprecedented because usually export performance is quite low in the first quarter, especially after the fourth quarter of around 18%. But currently, the export performance is very good for Sumatra. So in the next slide, we can see that the export remains strong, and it has become somewhat a key driver of Indonesia economies amidst the global uncertainty. So I've mentioned before, tariffs should impacted the global trade, tariffs should impacted our performance in export, but coincidentally, tariff actually also impacted a lot of commodities as well, aside from what we usually exported. And as you can see here, there's a sharp in exports for non-oil and gas commodities, and prices of non-oil and gas commodities increasing by and stable performance of export to trading partner countries, which means that even though there are some implication after the implementation of tariff from United States, we see that Indonesia is not really impacted. The export performance is good. It could act as a key driver to growth as well. So based on this, we could see that there's really nothing to be afraid of, and the impact of the depreciation is actually better for us as compared to what we've already predicted. Next slide, please. And it is also reflected in the balance of payments. So Indonesia's balance of payments is very good. We have been able to maintain the balance of payment at 157.1 billion US dollar. And our foreign exchange reserve is actually increasing, and our exchange rate, albeit it's depreciating, but again, I need ladies and gentlemen here to know that rupiah, it does not depreciate, the only one that depreciates, but the whole currency, the rest of the country's currency against US dollar is depreciating. But again, our depreciation is stable and is controlled on the level that we want. So we don't need to be afraid, and in fact, the depreciation has been able to create us benefits. Why? Because of the export that we've able pumped out because of the depreciation. Next. So now I'm going to talk more about the ethical strategy to unlock Sumatra's potential economy. So as an economist, we always need to talk about a framework. So we want to create something based on a framework. We want to create something based on a model. We cannot willy-nilly create some kind of strategy without knowing that it would have been practiced before. So what we want to give out is that there is a main strategy that we could use, Indonesia could use, to create a more sustainable, a greener, a better resilient economy in which we could use an endogenous growth model, which is something that usually economist students and economists use to outperform our peers, even in Asia. So based on the endogenous growth model, we would split this strategy into 3 types, of which there's technology, usually here, right? A, alpha, and then in capital, we also create strategy for capital and labor. All of these strategies are actually intertwined with SDGs. As you can see, for example, if you want to create a better connectivity, this is something that is needed and is actually right, is as well as stated in SDG as well. And then we need to create, where's this? Okay, we need to enhance educational curriculum. Why? Because we need the labor force to be able to do the work that they are assigned to. And this needs to have a cooperation between university and industries, which is something that SDGs also want. Aside from that, we also wanted to create a better green economy. Why? By using this. Building a food processing industry that could create added value from Sumatra primary commodities. Why? Because let's be honest, if we're talking about Sumatra right now, we've taken a helicopter view from Indonesia, but now we want to create a better Sumatra. If we take it specifically only on Sumatra, our 2 biggest commodities will always be palm oil, crude palm oil, and the next one would be probably pulp and paper or rubber. So both are actually natural resources, of which we need to create a downstreaming so that it could create value added, of which it would create a better economy and a greener aspect of the better and a greener economy. Why? Because if we could create this, it means that we could create a better circular economy of the industry that we already have on, of which would better provide Indonesia to be able to support SDGs. Next, please. So the next slide would be what has Bank of Indonesia been doing in supporting SDGs? One of the requirements of SDGs is digitalization. Okay, so Bank Indonesia, in its effort to create digitalization, has been implementing digital payment system. What is this digital payment system? It's Chris. I think you've already been using Chris before, and one of my colleagues will share about Chris and its opportunities as well. But I would like to tell you that Chris is a very, very, very powerful tool to create banking inclusivity as well as faster payment, right? And as you can see, the transaction volume by using Chris is actually increasing. So more adopters, people that are not being able to use financial services now use financial services. Why? Because of course, it's easier to set up. People always have phone. So it increases digitalization, financial literacy, and it ticks a lot of the boxes in SDGs. Next slide, please. And what I mentioned before is downstreaming to create a more robust and greener economy. There are two highlights that Bank Indonesia have been able to spot within our representative office. And as you can see, there's could be created within the context of greener economy. First is downstreaming of CPO. Why? I think some people here have heard about RSPO, something like that. It actually one of the certification that a company that should be able to have to create a more greener economy. So better ways to create a greener economy is to not create waste, right? It's the essence of circular economy. Having this means that we could create a better circular economy by downstreaming the product that we already have, which is CPO. Other thing is, and interestingly, the region of Sumatra, there has been efforts to create a better energy sources. In Rio Island, we see that there is a company that is trying to sell electricity in the form of batteries. So these batteries will be charged by using solar panel, and then this will be sold to Singapore to power its AI infrastructure. This is one of the green industries that is currently being built in Riau, aside from building solar panel itself. So we have two different approach, one of which trying to enhance the already God-given natural resources. The other one is trying to create a more sustainable and green economy in terms of industrialization. Both are happening within Sumatra, and both are what we call the spear, the tip of the spear in Sumatra's effort in creating a greener economy. Next slide, please. And we can also see that the green in itself, and which of the natural resources product, in this case CPO, will create a trickle-down effect. Why? Because it is used by a lot of companies in a lot of products. So if we could maintain a greener production of CPO, it means that the rest of the product that comes from CPO will be green as well. This is why it is best to create a circular economy based on the natural resources, aside from having innovations in new technology regarding solar panel and electricity. Okay, next slide. And Bank Indonesia is also supporting this effort in creating circular economy, green economy, and infrastructure by something called kebijakan liquidity moneter. And we've already targeted a lot of industries and segments, which includes agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, of which it would increase the opportunity for these industries to create a better green economy by having more capital for it to innovate and create those infrastructure. Last slide. So this is Bank Indonesia policy stance as of April. Next slide. We uphold the interest rate in 5.7%, the deposit facility in 5%, and the lending rate at 6.5%. And you could also access all of this stance and reasoning in the Bank of Indonesia website. I think that is from me. You can just jump 2 slides. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, that's it from me. Thank you very much. Okay, even it was a rush, it clearly covers up all of the material. So in the present, I noticed that it highlights the importance of balancing economic growth, social stability, and environmental stability, especially in the North Sumatra. To focus on downstream processing of the key products like CPO and economic digitalization into increase is a strategic step. But it seems to be macroeconomically, our economy is doing good, but are we facing any challenges currently now in the present time in promoting inclusive and sustainable growth in Sumatra?
Thank you for the question, Dion. I will try to answer it by getting back to downstreaming. As you can see, why downstreaming is very much endorsed with this presentation is because a lot of the times we haven't been able to see the downstreaming impact. So a lot of the times the export that Sumatra especially has been doing is actually exporting the crude palm oil in itself. So it doesn't try to downstream its product to more value-added commodities such as maybe citric acid or something along that line to create a better value-added and a better pricing. Because if we create a better value-added, it means it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be more expensive. It would propel our export, in which case it would also propel our GDP. So in this sense, the circular economy that we've mentioned has not been implemented here in Sumatra. And it's very much a challenging aspect because why? We have the resources. We very much have the resources available for us, but the downstreaming is somewhat a bit hampered or obstructed maybe by a lot of factors, of which one is capital, and like I've mentioned to you before, capital is already being provided by Bank of Indonesia with various implementation of monetary policy. But aside from that, there's also regulation, of which we also have a lot of discussion with the government institution, whether it be provinces government institution or ministries. We already created a lot of FGDs and talks of how to create a better environment for this industry so that it could flourish. But then again, both are what could be considered as a hurdle in creating a more circular economy. And then to answer your question, so that is the challenges. And can we create a better solution for it? For now, I cannot say for sure that it is, because investment usually takes 10 to 15 years for it to be usable. Like for example, if a company wanted to invest in making citric acid, it needs to create the infrastructure first, and then it needs to have a secure supply chain, and then after which it needs to have a buyer. So all of this be secured first. So 5 to 10 years is actually the minimum amount requirement to see whether the investment works or not. So whether the implementation of the policy is already happening, there will be policy like you've already before, an economic student also have heard this before. Policy like will be somewhat there. So we have done our work, but to see the result, maybe the next 5 or 10 years, then we could say, oh, okay, it's working now. Maybe that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is such a brilliant information and insight for me, and I believe for all of us. So by hearing the presentation from Mr. Ghazi and also from Mr. Martin Dodman, I believe it wakes up a lot of curiosity among all of us at this event today. So I think I might just open the floor for the Q&A session. And once again, for those who would like to ask a question, please come forward. And before asking your question, please introduce yourself, which institution are you came from, and then you can ask your questions. So I open the floor for 2 questions from the audiences who are interested. Please raise your hand. Okay, we got one over there. Another one? All right. A guy in the back lines. Yeah, you, yeah. Is it a guy or a girl? I apologize. Please come forward. Oh yeah, please specify to which speaker are you referring to, as we have two speakers in one sessions. Thank you.
Good afternoon for everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rafael Purba. I'm from University North Sumatra. And I have a question to Mr. Martin. Is how can we young generation can act correctly in development, and why integrate ecology, economy, and ethics is important to us? Is that my question, Mr. Martin?
Thank you for the question. Again, it's a very complex area. The first thing that I would say is that we need to make ecology and economy two concepts that are much closer than they actually are. As you already heard, I believe very much in going back to the etymology of words so that we can clarify our ideas. Ecology and economy have one common root, oikos, which in ancient Greek means two things simultaneously. It means life and a place to live. There can be no life without a place to live. If there is life, necessarily there is a place to live. And the logos of ecology means that we study life and its places. And that study has led us to many conclusions about how sustainability is a question of creating a basic dynamic equilibrium between all the elements that are biotic, non-living, the kinds of resources, as I said, that we tend to plunder every day, and everything that is biotic, everything that is living. And again, I feel that we tend to exploit these things every day, including members of our own species, not just exploiting other species. So my belief is that we need to recuperate an ecological perspective within economy. And as I said, economy is, again, oikos, together with normos, which means the laws, the principles, the things that govern the oikos. And dynamic equilibrium, therefore, everybody recognizing as a human being that they have an ecological role to play, that human societies are parts of much larger ecological communities, and therefore coming, I hope, to a specific way of looking at your question, we need to start by saying that value is not just something that we can apply to human activity. Value is something that we have to apply to all living organisms and all non-living elements that make up our planet. So as young people, I think we need to assume a mindset which says that ecology and economy fundamentally have to be the same thing, that we need to get out of an anthropocentric perspective that sees everything on our planet as having value if it's useful to human beings. We need to ask ourselves, how can human beings be useful to the rest of the planet? What is our ecological role? And therefore, this can lead us, I think, to rethinking our ways of being, rethinking our ways of acting, and asking ourselves fundamental questions, which I think are part of many things that have been put into the literature. How can we begin to, for example, refuse what we don't actually need? How can we begin to reduce our consumption so that it responds to actual needs and it's not excessive? How can we then go on to reuse, repurpose? How can we recycle? And how ultimately can, as the previous speaker said, make sure that all waste does not remain waste? In ecological dynamics, all waste becomes energy again. It goes back into the system. And this is a very important aspect, certainly, of a circular economy. But fundamentally, what it means is assuming a mindset, saying, what is my ecological role on this planet as a human being? And coming out of an anthropocentric perspective. I hope to some extent that's an answer to your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Windy Manurung. You can call me Windy. And I want to ask to Mr. Martin Dodman. My English is not really good, but I will try. So, I truly appreciate your perspective on shifting from anthropocentrism to ecocentrism. And I also believe that humans are just one small part of a much larger ecosystem. I agree that we need to care for the natural world, but I'm still wondering, do you think it's realistic to expect societies, especially in developing countries, where many basic human needs are still unmet, to shift towards an ecocentric mindset? Because for me, I think that in developing countries, especially in developing countries, this kind of issue, it's too luxury for us, because we have there are a lot of we have prioritized things like the economy, the poverty, and education, and other kind of things. And I think that this issue is kind of luxury. Do you think it's realistic to make this change to developing country? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question is totally vital. It's the question, basically, that we as a species need to face today. And of course, again, I mean, the terminology that you used, which of course you haven't invented, you've inherited. For so long, we have talked about developed countries and underdeveloped countries. And the thinking has constantly been that underdeveloped countries sooner or later will be able to reach the levels of wealth and therefore well-being that developed countries reached some time ago, and of course to some extent are in crisis today. It seems to me absolutely clear that the so-called, because it's not a term that I would like to use myself, underdeveloped countries cannot be expected to bear the cost, to bear the burden, to not want to achieve a level of well-being, a level of equality, a level of justice, which is not just within their societies, but within human societies in general. The big question, therefore, is how can we redistribute? How can wealth that has been accumulated in so-called developed countries become something that is quite simply shared? Recognizing, as I said before, that we all have ecological roles to play, which means that we have an intra-specific within our species role that means that we have to give and take according to the necessity for creating justice and equality. But at an an interspecific perspective, looking at ourselves as just one species out of millions of species on the planet, we need to assume the same perspective. But fundamentally, it's going to have to be the rich countries that redistribute. If we believe that poorer countries can generate wealth to achieve the same kinds of standards as the rich countries, then fundamentally we're just going to continue plundering resources, exploiting all living organisms, and just generating a worse and worse, more and more unsustainable situation on our planet. So it's a fundamental redistribution question, and it's going to be very, very difficult and probably very painful.
Thank you, sir.
Apparently, we still have more time, and we'll go for one more questions from the audiences. So if anyone interested, one more question. Oh yeah, please.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Ruth Monica Sirait from the University of Sumatera Utara. I want to ask to Mr. Ghazi about digital financial inclusion. In the context of digital financial inclusion, how does Bank Indonesia ensure equitable access to the digital service in remote and underdeveloped areas of Sumatra? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me reaffirm the question whether it's how Bank Indonesia trying to create a better inclusivity in terms of financial system in the context of rural areas, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you for the question. This is something that is a major issue back on the day when there's no internet, right? So basically, before there's no internet, a bank need to set up a physical office in each region for it to be able to be included in the banking system. And once it's in the banking system, it's considered to be bankable. All the people within the region are considered to be bankable. That's the old ways, right? We need to set up the infrastructure first, and then after setting up the infrastructure, now that region could be considered to be financially inclusive. Right now, with the development of modern technology, it's getting better in terms of financial inclusivity. Why? Because it's easier for banks to get people into their system. For example, you could use OVO, right? OVO, GoPay, and then pay with Chris. Or you could use mobile banking and set up an account for the banking system. So the whole digital payment system that is developed by the Bank of Indonesia creates an opportunity for people to be included in the banking system. And this reaches out not only to the region that is considered to be developed, but underdeveloped region as well. Why? Because usually on those regions, they already set up a lot of infrastructure which regards into the internet, right? You could basically not see a branch office in an area, for example, what's the least far away? island that you could think of, Mr. Dion? Riau? Is it far enough for it to be considered to be a remote area? Oh, Kepulauan Riau, okay. One of the region is Kepri, for example. But if you see Kepulauan Riau, right, might not have a branch office, but it usually has a signal tower, right? Because of it, a lot of the digital infrastructure that is developed by Bank Indonesia could be used by the people there, and it could create opportunities for them to access the banking system. So, to answer your question again, is it inclusive? Now, yes. Is it inclusive enough? Could be improved. But how? Creating better infrastructure. That's my answer for the question. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ghazi.
Okay, I think that's enough for the Q&A session. We might just move on to the next agenda, which is presenting certificate to the speakers. So I returned it back to the Master of Ceremonials.
Thank you so much for the moderator and all speakers in this international seminar. And we would like to request to keep on our stage because the next agenda is giving certificate and merge.
All right, we would now like to invite Mrs. Ingrita Gusti Sari Nasution, SAMSE, to present the certificate and merge to our speakers. To Mr. Muhammad Ghazi Pradipta, Junior Economist, Bank Indonesia, Representative Office North Sumatra, and Mr. Martin Dotman, Lecturer and Researcher in Ecology, Department of Human and Social Sciences, University of Valle d'Aosta, Italy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the certificate from our Head of Development Economic Study Program to our speaker, Mr. Muhammad Ghazi Pradipta, Junior Economist, Bank Indonesia, Representative Office North Sumatra. All right, move to our next speakers that represented by Mr. Dionysius Aprian Nainggolan.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, give applause.
All right, following. Thank you, our speakers and moderator. Please kindly return to your seats as we continue the main event.
Now, we will move to the next agenda is the socialization from Bank Indonesia about Kris and the Cinta Bangga Paham Rupiah campaign. To Bank Indonesia, the stage is yours.
And also we want to inform to all participants that there will be QR code, QR survey in that screen, so you can fulfill the survey and claim souvenir after seminar at registration table. Okay, once again, we inform to all participants, you can scan QR code and fulfill the survey to claim souvenir after seminar at registration table.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
To Bank Indonesia.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi teman-teman. Teman-teman, nama saya Angsoka. Should I use in English? Boleh pakai bahasa Indonesia ya? Oke. Perkenalkan, nama saya Oka. Jadi saya perwakilan dari Bank Indonesia. Saya mengetuai satu tim tentang digitalisasi sistem pembayaran. Teman-teman, saya ngerti, teman-teman adalah generasi TikTok. Jadi waktu kalian hanya 7 menit nih, boleh mendengarkan saya. Tapi boleh nggak perhatian ke saya sebentar aja. Kalau saya tanya, siapa kita? Teman-teman jawab ya. Anak muda yang digital, itu kita siap berkarya, itu kita. Gitu ya, siap ya? Kalau saya tanya, siapa kita? Aduh, suaranya lemes sekali. Lagi ya, 3, 2, 1. Siapa kita? Kurang kenceng. 3, 2, 1. Siapa kita? Anak muda yang digital, itu kita siap berkarya, itu kita. Sekali lagi ya, 3, 2, 1. Siapa kita? Waduh, kurang kenceng. Ini lemes-lemes sekali ya. Coba saya tanya lagi. 3, 2, 1. Siapa kita? Anak muda yang digital, itu kita siap berkarya, itu kita. Oke, tepuk tangan dulu buat teman-teman. Teman-teman, saya alumni dari Brawijaya Malang. Kemudian saya besar lahir dari keluarga yang berada dari garis kemiskinan. Karena saya ngerti, saya akan menceritakan mengenai digitalisasi, mengenai edukasi ini. Mungkin buat teman-teman, aduh kita sudah pakai semuanya, kita nggak ngerti lagi, nggak perlu lagi lah. Tapi saya ngerti di antara banyak di antara kalian juga yang terlibat, ada yang kena pinjol, ada yang kena judi online. Jadi tugas saya cuma satu. Saya nggak kepingin ketemu teman-teman lagi di kantor. Jadi tolong perhatikan apa yang mau saya ceritakan teman-teman. Saya besar lahir dari Malang sebagai orang miskin, bapak ibu guru, yang kemudian saya mendapatkan hadiah ke luar negeri teman-teman. Saya punya banyak kuis ini teman-teman ya. Saya menyiapkan banyak hadiah. Teman-teman perhatikan setiap kalimat saya akan ada banyak kuisnya di sana ya. Siapa yang perhatian, siapa yang bisa jawab akan ada banyak hadiah. Oke ya teman-teman, ada satu titipan dari teman-teman Bank Indonesia. Teman-teman ikut follow IG-nya Sumatranomics dong. Karena di situ akan ada banyak kompetisi ilmiah yang seru-seru. Karena teman-teman anak SP. Saya sendiri kuliah di Amerika 8 tahun. Dari Duke University, kemudian pertanyaan pertama. Saya adalah adik kelasnya Bu Mari Pangestu. Kira-kira kuliah saya di mana? Ada yang tahu nggak? Saya adik kelasnya Ibu Mari Pangestu di satu universitas di Amerika. Siapa yang duluan bisa jawab? Kira-kira saya berasal dari kampus mana? Enggak ada yang bisa jawab. Oke, nanti saya simpan. Teman-teman, bidang studi saya adalah tentang digitalisasi dan tentang sustainable development sebenarnya. Jadi saya mengerjakan banyak proyek, teman-teman bisa follow dari IG saya oka.nomics. Teman-teman bisa cerita, lihat dari saya. Nah teman-teman, hari ini saya membawa satu tema yang baru tentang digitalisasi. Karena ini bukan suatu kemudahan. Tadi Mas Gasi cerita tentang ekonomi inklusif itu seperti apa. Nah, dengan adanya digitalisasi, itu kita bisa menjangkau lebih banyak orang. Teman-teman bisa kebayang nggak? Dulu sebelum ada Gojek, warung-warung di Medan itu nggak bisa jualan ke seluruh Medan. Sekarang dengan adanya digital payment, kita bisa menjangkau begitu banyak UMKM teman-teman. Jadi itu adalah salah satu contoh mengenai inklusifnya digitalisasi sistem pembayaran. Next. Teman-teman, hari ini klik lagi. Nah, oh belum keluar ya ininya ya. Teman-teman, kuis yang pertama, ini Kak, kalau diklik ini enggak? Next lagi Kak. Yang halaman sebelumnya. Halaman kedua tadi. Oke, teman-teman, saya mau ngecek seberapa digitalnya teman-teman ya. Seberapa digitalnya teman-teman. Saya hanya memiliki beberapa logo di sana. Kira-kira kita tebak-tebakan ya. Logo-logonya teman-teman bisa nangkep nggak? Sebenarnya saya butuh clicker nih, tapi nggak dapat. Kira-kira teman-teman, kalau logo, coba Kak Intan klik lagi satu kali. Nggak keluar ya? Nggak keluar ininya. Oke deh. Coba kita ngetes ya. Hanya kelihatan logonya aja teman-teman. Kalau yang dibelanja kebutuhan rumah tangga, yang sebelah kiri logonya apa? Oke benar. Yang paling atas logonya apa? Hah? Padahal cuma logonya loh. Kalau yang bagian bawah ini apa nih teman-teman? Oh beli-beli. Kalau yang ini apa kira-kira? OLX. Yang atasnya, wah ini pasti kegemaran setiap orang ya. Shopee. Yang atasnya apa lagi? Bukalapak. Oh mantap. Kira-kira kalau gambarnya ini gambar apa teman-teman? Ayo gambar apa ya nih? Kalau diklik nih sebenarnya keluar. Nggak keluar ya Kak? Hah? Nggak keluar, oke deh. Ini lambangnya apa teman-teman? Maxim, ini? Kalau yang ini lambangnya pegi-pegi. Kalau yang ini lambang apa ini, burung ini? Traveloka. Kalau ini? Zoom, ini? Nah, ini teman-teman saya mau membagi zaman nih. Kalau teman-teman sudah kerja pasti tahu itu namanya Microsoft Teams. Kalau yang sebelahnya, wah ini pasti kegemaran setiap orang nih. Ini apa? WhatsApp. Kalau ini Google Plus. Sebelahnya apa nih? Oke, mantap. Kalau yang sana? Oh, Halodoc. Kalau yang ini kira-kira apa? Kalau dia ngerti itu apa, artinya sudah pernah ke luar negeri, sudah pernah sampai ke Indonesia, karena itu adalah satu data. Kalau yang ini apa teman-teman? YouTube, padahal hanya saya tutupin gini udah tahu ya. Ini? Oh, mantap. Kalau ini apa? Hotstar nih. Ini adalah Disney. Ini apa? Netflix. Kalau ini? Apple Music, teman-teman. Nah, teman-teman, kita sekarang, saya jadi tahap paham nih. Teman-teman sudah sangat digital nih. Semuanya sudah dipakai, mulai dari belanja, online, sarana komunikasi, pendidikan, kesehatan, dan hiburan. Nah, teman-teman, sekarang saya mau perkenalkan mengenai transaksi non-tunai. Kalau teman-teman lihat, ada beberapa brand teman-teman. Ada Brisi, Imani, dan Flash. Ada nggak yang bisa cerita, itu apa sih? Brisi, Imani, dan Flash itu apa? Ada nggak yang bisa jawab? Padahal banyak ininya. Oke, siap. Apa itu? Ini dong, mic-nya dong, satu. Langsung teriak aja, Bang. Gak ada ya? Cuma satu ya? Gak ada ya? Gak apa-apa Bang, ngomong aja. Kira-kira apa sih itu Brisi, itu apa?
Oke, terima kasih sebelumnya perkenalkan saya Fajar dari UIN Sumatera Utara. Apa itu Brizi, Imani, dan Flash? Kebetulan saya penggunanya itu adalah pembayaran non tunai yang menggunakan kartu.
Berbasis kartu. Oke,
Iya.
tepuk tangan dulu teman-teman. Pertanyaan kedua, kalau di uang elektronik itu yang di kartu itu, berapa sih batas maksimal yang bisa kita masukkan?
Izin Bapak, kurang tahu. Kurang tahu.
Oh kurang tahu.
Iya.
Oke nanti ya tunggu ya, nanti kita jawab. Biar penasaran semuanya. Lanjut lagi Kak Intan. Teman-teman, diklik. Teman-teman, ada dua macam pembayaran ya. Yang pertama tunai, yang kedua non tunai. Non tunai itu ya lewat uang kartal. Nah itu namanya non tunai. Nah teman-teman, perubahan akan sangat cepat. Pagi ini kami sudah mendapatkan arahan ini teman-teman. Sekarang di Indonesia sudah pakai namanya pakai tab teman-teman. Jadi krisnya itu nanti pakai tab. Jadi artinya teman-teman tinggal digeser aja, disentuhkan sudah dipakai. Jadi kalau teman-teman naik MRT di Jakarta, itu juga tinggal sentuh aja. Udah langsung, itu nanti berbasis tab teman-teman. Nah, perubahan akan sangat cepat. Saya beberapa bulan yang lalu ke Cina teman-teman, ke Xiamen. Dan saya juga kaget teman-teman, karena perubahannya sudah sangat cepat. Jadi teman-teman harus siap dengan perubahan. Kenapa? Karena teman-teman akan masuk di dunia baru. Tetapi juga dunia baru ini tidak hanya mudahnya aja teman-teman, tetapi ada banyak resikonya. Resikonya itu yang mau saya ceritakan ke teman-teman sehingga teman-teman tidak terjatuh di lubang yang sama. Next lagi Kak. Nah teman-teman, zaman dulu itu kita pakai banyak QR code teman-teman. Kalau kita punya dana, kita nggak bisa transaksi sama teman lain atau sama merchant lain, sama orang lain. Kalau dana harus sama dana, OVO sama OVO. Nah, yang dilakukan oleh Bank Indonesia adalah membuatnya jadi terstandarisasi teman-teman. Namanya jadi KRIS, Quick Response Code Indonesia Standard. Itu adalah hasil buatan anak negeri teman-teman. Tepuk tangan dulu buat kita. Kalau teman-teman kemarin belajar tentang Donald Trump dan trade war, KRIS ini adalah salah satu hal yang menjadi pokok pembahasannya teman-teman. Karena memang KRIS ini adalah kebanggaan kita. Jadi teman-teman, sebelum dan sesudahnya menjadi seperti itu. Kita cuma perlu satu bahasa untuk menyatukan semua transaksi itu. Next lagi Kak Intan. Nah, teman-teman, tetapi teman-teman harus ingat, standarnya seperti ini. Ada komponen KRIS-nya teman-teman ya. Mulai dari logonya, nama acquire-nya, nama merchant-nya, semuanya sudah lengkap ya. Teman-teman, saya akan berikan kasus ke teman-teman. Karena saya juga anak ekonomi dan saya seumur hidup membahas mengenai green economy tentang sustainable development. Saya ngerti ketika masuk ke dunia baru, ada banyak resikonya di sana. Ya, jadi sebelum sampai ke Sumatera Utara, saya juga ngajar teman-teman dari Afghanistan di UII, Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia, dan mereka juga kaget terutama mengenai digitalisasi ini. Tetapi digitalisasi ini harus teman-teman waspadai. Saya akan memberikan cerita, teman-teman coba pikir, kira-kira kejahatan itu, lubang kejahatan itu asalnya dari mana, sehingga nanti teman-teman bisa sadar, kira-kira mana ya yang bisa jadi celah untuk kejahatan memakai KRIS ini. Oke ya. Ini adalah standarnya. Sebentar lagi saya akan ceritakan sesuatu, kemudian teman-teman coba mikir, kira-kira ketika pakai KRIS ini, kira-kira di mana ya letak-letak penipuan orang yang bisa ketipu seperti itu. Next lagi Kak Intan. Nah teman-teman, cara menggunakan KRIS-nya seperti ini. Pertanyaan pertama, bisa nggak kalau ada kode KRIS di warung jualan, lalu kita pakai kamera kita, lalu kita scan? Kira-kira bisa nggak teman-teman? Siapa yang jawab bisa? Angkat tangan. Teman-teman, yang benar adalah seperti ini ya. Teman-teman nggak bisa pakai kamera. Yang benar adalah masuk ke e-wallet kalian masing-masing. Masuk ke Livin, mau masuk ke yang BCA, mau masuk ke GoPay. Baru dari situ pakai scan-nya yang di aplikasinya. Ingat ya teman-teman, jangan pakai langsung kamera, karena untuk bisa menjalankan KRIS ini harus hubung sama e-wallet kalian nih. Jadi otorisasinya ada di sana. Ya, kalau pakai kamera di scan itu nggak bisa. Harus masuk ke e-wallet kalian, kemudian baru jalankan transaksi ya. Beberapa waktu yang lalu ada video yang sangat viral ngomong bahwa wah KRIS kita mudah dibobol. Kemudian dia buktikan. Teman-teman cari dari channelnya video Daniel Mananta. Tahu nggak Daniel Mananta? Teman-teman cari, kemudian waktu itu ada satu video yang viral katanya KRIS kita mudah dibobol. Padahal dia salah teman-teman. Karena dia scan krisnya pakai apa? Pakai kamera. Yang benar harus pakai apa? E-wallet kalian masing-masing. Oke ya, itu yang pertama. Next lagi, Kak Intan. Nah, ini adalah perwujudan bagaimana inklusivitas menjadi bagian penting. Teman-teman, saya ngerti ini. Teman-teman adalah anak-anak sosial ekonomi pembangunan nih. Kalian harus nulis skripsi. Jadikan cerita saya ini sebagai bahan untuk membuat skripsi, teman-teman. Nah, lihat ini. Dengan adanya kris, sekarang toko-toko, warung-warung kecil, PKL, pedagang kaki lima itu terdigitalisasi, kemudian bisa masuk ke dalam sistem ekonomi. Kira-kira pertanyaan, apa sih kegunaannya? Kenapa kok kami mendorong supaya UMKM itu pakai kris? Kira-kira ada yang bisa jawab nggak? Siapa yang bisa angkat tangan dan jawab? Ini ada hadiahnya semua loh ya teman-teman. Sudah dicatat tadi satu. Oke, siapa? Ya, gimana?
Selamat siang, sebelumnya Pak, perkenalkan saya Sajali dari Universitas Sumatera Utara. Mungkin berdasarkan pengalaman saya tadi pagi, mereka tidak ada kembaliannya Pak, makanya mereka meminta untuk kris Pak. Karena uang yang saya berikan itu nominalnya besar, jadi mereka sulit mengembalikan kelebihannya Pak.
Oke, absolut. Ada lagi yang jawaban yang lain? Oke, itu kakak itu, cepet-cepet sekali nih jawabannya. Kenapa sih kami mendorong UMKM itu pakai kris? Coba hubungkan dengan seperti ini. Teman-teman, kesulitan UMKM itu kira-kira apa sih ya, kesulitan paling besar?
Sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Anis Angela Sapnina dari jurusan akuntansi Universitas Sumatera Utara. Nah, jawaban saya itu menurut saya yang paling penting untuk menghindari peredaran uang palsu, Pak.
Peredaran uang palsu. Iya. Terima kasih, tepuk tangan dulu. Tadi ada uang kembalian, kemudian uang palsu. Saya akan buka mata kalian lebih besar lagi ya. Kira-kira kalau usaha kecil mau maju itu kira-kira butuh apa teman-teman? Tahu Cobb Douglas nggak? Siapa yang tahu Cobb Douglas? Ada yang tahu persamaan Cobb Douglas nggak? Y sama dengan a function of two variables, K and L. What is the K? Ada yang tahu nggak? Cobb Douglas itu adalah dua orang Amerika teman-teman. Mereka menemukan bahwa satu bangsa maju itu ternyata they need to have that two variables. The first one is K and then the second one is L. The question is, what is K teman-teman? K-nya apa? Kapital, modal. Jadi kalau usaha kecil mau maju dia butuh apa? Modal. Tapi pertanyaannya, di ekonomi Indonesia siapa ya satu lembaga yang punya modal yang bisa memberikan ke usaha kecil itu? Apa namanya? Perbankan. Kalau perbankan mau memberikan modal, biasanya kira-kira dia butuh apa teman-teman? Kalau ada teman ini mau pinjam uang, boleh nggak bro kita pinjam uang? Kira-kira teman-teman butuh apa? Hah? Butuh jaminan, terus butuh apa lagi? Butuh bisa dipercaya nggak sih orang ini? Of course teman-teman. You need something to rely on, right? And then what is the thing that you need to ensure you? Untuk meyakinkan kalian bahwa orang ini bisa dipercaya. Biasanya bentuknya apa teman-teman? Kalau ada suatu usaha yang benar-benar bisa dipinjami, dia akan punya apa namanya? Anak-anak akuntansi harusnya tahu. Nah, harusnya punya apa teman-teman? Hah? Arus kas yang stabil. Arus kas itu biasanya ditulis di mana? Neraca. Jadi bagaimana mungkin UMKM naik kelas kalau mereka nggak punya catatan transaksinya? Ya enggak? Ya enggak teman-teman akuntansi ini? Nah, kesulitan nggak UMKM itu membuat neracanya? Sulit banget. Harapan kami dengan pakai kris, nah nanti nih teman-teman ada satu aplikasi lagi dari Bank Indonesia namanya si Apik teman-teman. Si Apik itu akan menolong pakai kris langsung jadi neracanya. Nah teman-teman bisa jadikan itu jadi bahan skripsi nih. Bisa nggak ya kris itu mendorong peningkatan ekonomi di masyarakat? Ini adalah kris pada UMKM. Next Kak Intan. Berikutnya kris pada transportasi dan pariwisata. sekarang sudah pakai, teman-teman siapa pakai bis listrik? Siapa yang kesini pakai bis listrik? Udah pakai apa? Bayarnya pakai apa? Pakai scan kartu. Bagus, mantap, tepuk tangan dulu dong teman-teman. So I'm going to talk in English. Guys, the future is coming. Whether you are ready or not, you have to overcome it. Jadi teman-teman, saya adalah kisah anak miskin yang ternyata dapat beasiswa. Saya kepingin digitalisasi ini menjadi alat pengungkit juga buat teman-teman. Saya siap nih kapanpun teman-teman USU minta diajari, I will come. Mau sekelas apapun, I will come. Karena saya adalah cerita anak miskin yang lewat digitalisasi ternyata bisa seperti ini. Next lagi berikutnya. Pada rumah ibadah juga sama. Cuma harus hati-hati ya. Kris juga persembahan kalau nggak sama. Cuma harus dicek teman-teman. Seketika mau harus dipastikan masjidnya bener nggak. Jangan-jangan sampai nih kalian di masjid scan loh, ternyata infaknya ke wihara gitu ya. Jadi teman-teman pastikan nama penerimanya sama dengan yang tertulis di situ. Next lagi berikutnya Kak Intan. Nah, pada pajak, pada retribusi, teman-teman bantu kami nih, tolong supaya Medan itu juga bisa pakai menggunakan digitalisasi untuk pajaknya. Ini yang akan next lagi, Kak Intan. Next. Nah, ini adalah pembayaran Bridging Kris teman-teman yang sudah ini. Nah, sebelumnya saya mau tanya teman-teman. Dari sini juga teman-teman bisa lihat nih, oh itu ada pinjol. Pinjaman online. Kira-kira pertanyaannya, pinjaman online itu baik nggak sih teman-teman? Itu sah atau nggak sih pinjaman online itu loh? Hah? Sah atau nggak sih pinjaman online? Boleh nggak pakai pinjaman online? Boleh. Terus yang nggak boleh apa? Yang nggak boleh adalah ngemplang ya teman-teman ya. Teman-teman, kami tidak mengharamkan pinjaman online-nya ya. Kami ngerti di beberapa banyak kejadian teman-teman juga butuh. Ada yang sakit, ada yang butuh bisa pakai pinjaman online-nya ya. Tapi teman-teman juga harus lihat pinjaman online-nya itu diotorisasi sama OJK enggak ya. Jadi teman-teman saya mau cerita ini dikit ya. Terkait dengan digitalisasi sistem pembayaran ada 3 hal. Yang pertama ada Bank Indonesia di sana, kedua ada OJK, ketiga ada bank-bank atau kemudian OVO, ada Dana dan lain-lain ya. Bank Indonesia itu adalah yang merancang jalan. Kalau OJK adalah polisi lalu lintasnya. Kemudian bank-bank, kemudian semua penyedia transaksi pembayaran itu adalah pengguna lalu lintasnya teman-teman. 3 hal ini jadi penting teman-teman, sehingga kalaupun ada keluhan, teman-teman harus tahu lapornya ke siapa. Ini yang salah yang membuat jalan, atau polisinya nggak ada, atau jangan-jangan pelakunya. Ya, ini jadi penting akan masuk ke belakang. Next lagi, Kak Intan. Nah, jadi saya akan berikan singkatan yang paling asik nih. Bank Indonesia punya singkatan yang namanya Cemumuah. Kenapa? C-nya artinya cepat, mudah, murah, aman, dan handal. Kita ulang sekali lagi ya. Cemumuah apa? Cepat, mudah, murah, aman, handal. Sekali lagi, 3, 2, 1. Cemumuah artinya cepat, mudah, murah, aman, handal. Jadi teman-teman, itu adalah kata-kata kunci penting untuk digitalisasi di masa depan. Teman-teman, saya berikan satu hal yang akan menggelisahkan kalian ya. Teman-teman sadar nggak? Teman-teman nanti kuliah, kemudian lulus, masalahnya jumlah pekerjaannya nggak sebanyak jumlah kalian. Jumlah pekerjaan di luar sana teman-teman nggak sebanyak jumlah kalian. Pertanyaannya, universitas ngajarin kalian untuk menganggur nggak? Terus gimana kira-kira teman-teman di masa depan? Kalian harus apa nih teman-teman? Pakai ekonomi digital, pakai hal-hal ini teman-teman. Karena jujur saya beritahukan, bisa tanyakan ke Bapak Ibu dosen, kira-kira ada nggak pekerjaan di luar sana cukup dengan jumlah kami nggak? Nggak ada. Nggak ada teman-teman, trust me. Teman-teman, ekonomi digital adalah kunci supaya teman-teman nanti bisa cari pekerjaan yang lebih baik nih. Next lagi Kak. Jadi teman-teman, ini yang yang baru teman-teman, namanya Kris Cross Border. Jadi sekarang Kris itu bisa dipakai di luar negeri. Kalau kalian ke Malaysia, nggak perlu lagi tukar uang, tinggal pakai Kris Cross Border sekarang bisa dipakai. Teman-teman bisa cek informasinya negara mana ya kira-kira yang bisa sudah ada Kris Cross Bordernya. Next lagi Kak Intan. Next lagi Kak Intan. Nah, ini yang tadi saya ceritakan teman-teman. Sekarang sudah ada Kris Tap berbasis NFC. Jadi teman-teman, the future is coming. The future is coming. Ready or not nih. Nah, kira-kira peluang macam apa yang bisa dimanfaatkan? Nah, itu ada begitu banyak jutaan pekerjaan yang terkait dengan masa depan. Teman-teman bisa riset tentang, wah kayaknya asik nih kalau kita pakai Kris Tap ini, kita pakai untuk usaha ini, usaha itu. So that will be the future teman-teman. Next lagi, Kak Intan. Nah, sekarang saya akan cerita satu bagian kecil namanya PK. PK itu apa? Ada videonya. Ada nggak videonya? Oh nggak ada, suaranya nggak ada juga. Oke deh, next lagi. Teman-teman, saya akan buat cerita. Bukan cerita, ini cerita yang kami alami. Saya baru pindah ke Medan 2-3 bulan yang lalu. Satu orang teman saya juga baru sampai ke Medan. Nah, ketika dia masuk pindahan ke rumah, tugas teman-teman cuma satu. Saya akan tanyakan sesudah ini. Kira-kira kenapa itu bisa terjadi ya? Jadi saya akan menceritakan satu kasus, teman-teman akan mencari tahu. Kira-kira kenapa itu bisa terjadi. Oke, ready? Siapa kita? Aduh, kok lemes sekali sih. 3, 2, 1. Anak muda yang digital, itu kita siap berkarya, itu kita. 3, 2, 1. Siapa kita? Itu kita. Oke, nanti akan masuk ke IG-nya. Saya akan punya cerita seperti ini. Ini adalah cerita dari teman saya namanya Mas Kalim. Mas Kalim istrinya lagi masang AC. Dia lagi di dapur. Kemudian ada tukang AC lagi masang di kamar. Kemudian tiba-tiba ada satu orang teman masuk ke ruangan. Dia tanya ke si ibunya. Halo Bu, Ibu baru ya? Oh iya saya baru datang, ini lagi masang AC. Kemudian dia bilang, Ibu sepertinya butuh aqua. Oh ya sudah, saya akan beli aqua lewat Tokopedia aja. Lalu dia bilang, Ibu susah kalau lewat Tokopedia nggak dapat galonnya. Bagaimana kalau saya belikan Ibu? Oh itu usul yang baik. Jadi si orang itu minta uang 100.000. Boleh Bu, kalau ada uang 100.000 nanti saya belikan galonnya beserta aquanya. Oke, diberilah uang 100.000. Kemudian dia pergi ke tukang AC. Pak tukang AC dapat berita dari si ibu bahwa butuh galon. Karena itu pinjam sepeda motornya. Jadi si Pak tukang AC memberikan sepeda motornya. Sampai sore, kira-kira kembali nggak teman-teman? Menghilang tanpa jejak. Sepeda motor plus 100.000. Jadi ternyata teman-teman, ini orang Medan yang sangat kreatif sekali. Sangat kreatif sekali. Dia masuk ke ruangan, orang lain nggak tahu, si tukang AC nggak tahu, dan hilanglah sepeda motor dan 100.000-nya. Nah teman-teman, pertanyaan, kita akan masuk ke dunia digital. Masalahnya di sini teman-teman, dunia digital tuh enak sekali. Kalian transfer enak sekali. Tetapi kejahatan juga semakin cepat. Kira-kira di kejadian kasus yang pertama tadi kenapa tuh kok bisa terjadi? Kenapa teman-teman? Kenapa sih ibu ini bisa tertipu, kehilangan motor dan kemudian 100.000? Ada yang bisa jawab? Mau jawab? Oke, saya jawab aja karena oke, kenapa? Oke, satu karena kurang pengetahuan ya. Terus kemudian apa lagi? Mudah percaya, apalagi teman-teman. Kurang pengetahuan, kemudian mudah percaya. Teman-teman, peka artinya adalah peduli, K-nya kenali, dan kemudian A-nya adukan teman-teman. Ini adalah resep kami untuk membantu teman-teman. Peduli itu seperti apa next Kak? Yang pertama adalah ini teman-teman. Jadi kalian harus paham nih, sebelumnya nih, paham ini pemahaman produk-produk seperti apa. Saya berikan hal yang paling sederhana ya, kalian tiru gerakan saya. Gerakannya sederhana. Kok gampang gitu ya. Sekali lagi, 3, 2, 1. Kok gampang gitu ya. 3, 2, 1. Kok gampang. Oke. Sekarang saya akan cerita seperti ini. Teman-teman kalau ada orang jualan sepeda motor, bonusnya helm masuk akal nggak? Masuk akal ya? Masuk akal ya. Tapi kalau ada orang jual sepeda motor, bonusnya pacar kira-kira masuk akal nggak? Masuk akal sih di dunia nyata. Teman-teman, ya, kalau ada jualan sepeda motor, bonusnya rumah, masuk akal. Kok gampang? Itu ya. Jadi teman-teman harus paham produknya seperti apa, baru bisa. Sama seperti yang tadi, penipuan itu terjadi karena dia nggak tahu nih, nggak kenal medan, nggak seperti apa, terus kemudian berikan aja sepeda motor. Padahal memberikan sepeda motor kan harus ada jaminan dan lain-lain. Yang pertama adalah peduli. Teman-teman, digitalisasi ini kalian harus tahu ada begitu banyak hal yang bisa terjadi. Mulai dari social engineering, kemudian PIN-nya dibobol dan lain-lain. Next lagi. Waktu saya kurang 5 menit lagi teman-teman. Next Kak. Next lagi deh. Teman-teman, nah kalau di slide yang udah saya siapkan semuanya pakai ini sih sebenarnya, pakai pertanyaan. Teman-teman, password kalian itu harus sering-sering diganti teman-teman. Ya, jangan pakai password tanggal lahir, kemudian password 123456. Percayalah teman-teman, saya nggak mau ketemu teman-teman di kantor. Apalagi yang namanya Kak Intan itu, jangan sampai teman-teman ingat wajahnya. Kenapa? Karena hampir setiap hari kami menerima surat dari masyarakat. Cerita kenapa? Uangnya hilang. Uangnya hilang tuh nggak hanya 10.000, 20.000 teman-teman. 100 juta, 300 juta seperti itu. Jadi teman-teman, it's really serious teman-teman. Jadi saya nggak kepingin teman-teman ada di sana. Next lagi berikutnya. Oh sebelum itu lihat nih. Sebelumnya teman-teman lihat ini. Ada penyebaran file APK, ada scam kris palsu, ada phishing, teman-teman iming-iming hadiah. Itu teman-teman harus ngerti sebagai anak-anak digital. Next lagi Kak. Lagi langsung ini social engineering tadi memanipulasi, jaga kerahasiaan data pribadi. Jangan lupa OTP, user ID, jangan dibagi ya teman-teman. Next lagi. Waspada, next. Next lagi. Nah yang terakhir adalah adukan teman-teman. Nah ingat-ingat ada 3 bagian tadi ya. Yang satu Bank Indonesia, kemudian OJK, kemudian juga kalian bisa cek di ini, Komdigi teman-teman. Teman-teman, kalau kalian, saya sudah mau closing ini teman-teman. Jadi teman-teman, saya minta teman-teman peka. Karena sekitar kalian banyak yang terjerat masalah penipuan digital ini teman-teman. Cara lihatnya seperti apa? Kalau kalian punya teman, pertama pinjam 50.000, nggak balik. Kira-kira yang lebih galak yang nagih utang atau yang punya utang teman-teman? Ini adalah pengalaman pribadi kayaknya ya. Jadi teman-teman, banyak yang kena pinjaman dan transaksi-transaksi scam seperti ini. Pinjam 50.000, habis itu 500.000 nggak pernah balik. Sudah teman-teman. Kalau mengetahui seperti itu, kalian harus cari, kalau kalian peduli teman kalian, adukan teman-teman. Hanya itu satu-satunya cara. Ngomong ke Pak dosen, ngomong ke rektorat, Pak, saya punya teman, kayaknya dia ini. Kenapa? Karena ketika satu anak sudah terjerat dan nggak tahu jalannya seperti apa, kadang-kadang mereka memutuskan bunuh diri teman-teman. Dan it's real, teman-teman cari kasus di UI, UGM, ITB, saya harap yang di USU juga nggak ada. Oke, next lagi. Teman-teman, ini adalah kontak center kami. Teman-teman bisa kontak kami juga. Lihat ini ada 131. 131. Kalau ada apa-apa terkait dengan itu, teman-teman silakan hubungi kami. Jadi teman-teman, mungkin presentasi kami singkat, tetapi itu bisa menyelamatkan nyawa. Jadi teman-teman, terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Saya akhiri, wassalamualaikum. Ada lagi? Kenapa? Oh iya, slide yang terakhir. Teman-teman, kami menyiapkan banyak hal di belakang. Teman-teman tolong scan QR code ini, kemudian diisi ada surveinya teman-teman. Kalau sudah benar, baru dapat hadiahnya di belakang ya. Gitu. Jadi teman-teman scan QR ini, isi surveinya, nah ada hadiah yang menarik yang di belakang. Oke? Jadi terima kasih teman-teman. Saya akhiri, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, selamat sore. Terima kasih. Selamat siang teman-teman.
Thank you Bank Indonesia.
Teman-teman, kelupaan. Ada lagi satu ini tadi ini. Teman-teman, jangan lupa sesudah scan QR-nya, kemudian ini, teman-teman ini ya, nyoba user experience Kris, teman-teman pakai QR ini untuk donasi Rp1 saja ke nomor rekening ini. Jadi itu ya langkahnya tadi ya, scan QR-nya, kemudian user experience, kemudian baru nanti ada hadiahnya di belakang. Oke, terima kasih.
Thank you Bank Indonesia for the explanation and socialization about QRIS and the Cinta Bangga Paham Rupiah campaign.
Alright. Following that, we will hear socialization season from Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang teman-teman. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu dosen maupun narasumber yang masih stay di ruangan ini. Jadi teman-teman masih semangat enggak nih? Atau udah lapar? Udah pada lapar ya? Oke, kami minta waktu teman-teman sebentar karena pada saat ini kami mau memperkenalkan ya teman-teman, memperkenalkan tentang Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, teman-teman. Jadi izinkan kakak memperkenalkan diri dulu ya. Nama kakak, nama saya Eva Damayanti, dan nanti ada rekan saya, namanya Bang Marcelo, kami dari kantor perwakilan LPS 1 Medan, teman-teman. So teman-teman nggak perlu berlama-lama lagi ya. Jadi teman-teman kakak ingin menyampaikan kepada teman-teman, di sini mungkin ada yang udah tahu LPS, kakak ingin bertanya kepada teman-teman, mungkin udah ada yang tahu LPS sebelumnya. Kalau misalnya ada yang tahu, selama kita sosialisasi nanti akan kita kasih souvenir, langsung teman-teman diantarin. Jadi kita mengharapkan partisipasi aktif dari teman-teman. Ada yang tahu LPS? Mungkin langsung? Oke, kakak yang pakai jilbab merah, ya silakan. Mungkin kakak dari abang panitia bisa membantu, memberikan mikrofon. Yang ya kakak yang pakai baju jilbab merah, silakan.
Oke, terima kasih. Perkenalkan nama saya Khairunisa dari Universitas Sumatera Utara, ilmu politik. Jadi yang saya tahu LPS itu dia menjaga di mana lembaga penjamin simpan. Jadi dia menjaga bahwa bank-bank itu aman buat customernya. Jadi sehingga penjaminan itu tuh dapat dijaminkan gitu kepada customernya seperti itu.
Oke, terima kasih. Sebenarnya sudah hampir benar ya teman-teman. Terima kasih sekali. Jadi teman-teman, lembaga penjamin simpanan ini adalah lembaga keuangan teman-teman. Lembaga keuangan yang independen, bertanggung jawab kepada presiden langsung, dan juga berfungsi menjalankan peran maupun fungsi maupun tugasnya sesuai Undang-Undang LPS, yaitu Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2004. Jadi teman-teman, kenapa sih kita di sini hadir untuk memberitahukan kepada teman atau memperkenalkan teman-teman tentang LPS? Karena teman-teman jujur ya, selama 20 tahun LPS berdiri itu sebenarnya masyarakat maupun teman-teman sendiri mungkin belum ada yang belum tahu gitu tentang LPS. Mungkin ada yang dengar LPS tapi itu lembaga apa sih gitu loh. Padahal sebenarnya LPS ini adalah lembaga yang salah satu ya teman-teman, lembaga keuangan yang penting di Indonesia untuk menjaga perekonomian kita dan juga untuk menjaga stabilitas sistem perekonomian keuangan di Indonesia teman-teman. Mungkin nanti akan lebih lanjut kakak jelaskan di slide berikutnya ya. Oke, oh ya teman-teman, sebenarnya awalnya kantor LPS itu hanya ada di Jakarta teman-teman. Nah kemarin kita di Mei tahun lalu 2024, nah kita baru buka kantor perwakilan di Medan. Mungkin teman-teman dari USU mungkin ya beberapa udah ada yang sering ke kantor berkunjung. Kantor kita di samping Sun Plaza teman-teman di Gedung Sinarmas. Mungkin teman-teman ada yang kepo mau tahu tentang LPS bisa langsung datang ya ke kantor kita. Kita sangat welcome sekali untuk teman-teman yang mau diskusi atau ada rencana mengangkat topik LPS untuk skripsinya itu sangat bisa ya teman-teman. Oke, next slide. Latar belakang sejarah dan penjaminan simpanan LPS. Nah, teman-teman, kenapa sih apa sih yang menyebabkan ataupun trigger gitu dibentuknya LPS? Mungkin teman-teman kita flashback sedikit di krisis ekonomi yang terjadi 97-98 ya teman-teman. Intinya sih dibentuknya LPS adalah pada saat itu adalah krisis ekonomi 97-98. Nah, kalau teman-teman tahu waktu itu ada krisis di kawasan Asia termasuk di Indonesia. Waktu itu inflasi melonjak naik ya di atas 60%, kursnya kita merosot terhadap dolar gitu teman-teman. Kemudian bank-bank besar juga udah mulai mengalami kesulitan likuiditas. Terus juga ini ya teman-teman, sulit untuk membayar hutang-hutangnya. Nah, pada saat itu teman-teman, maaf boleh bisa di next slide? Makasih. Nah, jadi teman-teman pada saat krisis tersebut teman-teman, ada teman-teman 16 bank yang ditutup pada saat itu teman-teman. Nah, ditutupnya 16 bank pada saat itu membuat kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap industri perbankan itu menurun teman-teman. Jadi masyarakat itu tidak percaya lagi kepada industri perbankan. Nah, kenapa sebenarnya masyarakat harus percaya gitu ya teman-teman sama industri perbankan? Karena industri perbankan itu adalah salah satu industri yang sangat penting ya dalam menggerakkan ya teman-teman roda perekonomian di Indonesia. Ketika industri perbankannya goyah gitu ya, maka itu akan mempengaruhi perekonomian kita secara keseluruhan seperti itu teman-teman. Jadi intinya adalah pada 97-98 itu adalah industri perbankan itu juga mengalami krisis teman-teman. Nah, karena krisis itu maka pemerintah pada saat itu adalah mengeluarkan namanya teman-teman kebijakan. Kebijakannya itu adalah mengeluarkan namanya blanket guarantee, yaitu menjamin seluruh simpanan bank yang bangkrut tersebut atau dicabut izin usahanya dan juga membayar seluruh kewajiban pembayaran bank. Nah, dengan adanya kebijakan itu sebenarnya itu mengembalikan kembali teman-teman kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap perbankan. Namun di satu sisi itu menimbulkan moral hazard nih. Moral hazardnya bagi sisi banknya maupun bagi masyarakat dan juga sangat membebani anggaran negara. Nah oleh karena itu pada saat itu pemerintah memandang perlunya sebuah lembaga yang bisa melakukan penjaminan simpanan dengan ruang lingkup yang terbatas dan juga melakukan penanganan ya teman-teman, penyelesaian permasalahan bank. Nah, oleh karena itu pemerintah mengeluarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2004, yaitu Undang-Undang Pendirian LPS. Jadi dikeluarkanlah Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2004 tersebut, namun LPS resmi teman-teman beroperasi di 2005, 22 September 2005, seperti itu. Next slide. Oke. Kenapa sih teman-teman penjaminan simpanan itu sangat penting gitu ya? Karena sebenarnya sudah kakak sampaikan pada sebelumnya, yaitu industri, kita ketahui ya teman-teman, kalau bank itu kan bisnisnya kan dia menghimpun dana dari masyarakat ya teman-teman. Ketika masyarakat itu udah tidak percaya lagi nih kepada perbankan, nah, itu masyarakat bisa saja melakukan namanya bank run teman-teman, atau bank rush gitu ya. Dimana masyarakat itu karena udah nggak percaya, mereka menarik gitu secara bersamaan uangnya yang ada di bank. Tentu saja bank run atau bank rush ini sangat mempengaruhi ya teman-teman proses bisnis dari bank tersebut gitu. Jadi bank itu tidak bisa menjalankan bisnisnya dengan optimal, likuiditasnya terbatas gitu. Kemudian juga dia sudah karena likuiditasnya terbatas, dia menjual aset namun rugi gitu ya, dan juga bisa memberikan efek domino namanya teman-teman. Apalagi untuk bank-bank yang besar yang simpanan masyarakatnya sudah banyak, ketika masyarakat menarik simpanannya di bank tersebut, itu bisa memberikan efek domino, yaitu mempengaruhi bank-bank lainnya teman-teman, atau jasa keuangan lainnya seperti itu. Itu sangat dihindari ya teman-teman, terjadinya bank run atau bank rush itu. Nah, maka dari itu supaya tidak terjadi nih bank run, bank rush, supaya masyarakat tetap percaya teman-teman terhadap perbankan, menaruh uangnya di bank supaya industri perbankan ini tetap stabil, maka itu dibentuklah namanya. Maka dari itu adalah adanya LPS gitu. LPS ini memberikan penjaminan gitu teman-teman kepada masyarakat untuk merasa aman gitu ya, aman dan juga nyaman gitu, percaya kepada industri perbankan, menaruh uangnya di bank gitu teman-teman. Jadi membuat teman-teman supaya lebih merasa aman untuk menabung di bank seperti itu. Itulah gunanya ada manfaatnya ada LPS gitu teman-teman. Ketika misalnya industri perbankannya stabil gitu ya, masyarakat percaya terhadap perbankan, kemudian industri perbankannya stabil, itu juga akan membuat perekonomian kita juga stabil gitu teman-teman. Karena tadi yang seperti sudah kakak sampaikan bahwa industri perbankan itu memegang peranan penting ya teman-teman dalam perekonomian kita. Seperti itu. Next slide. Nah, tentu saja teman-teman, kalau LPS ini tidak sendiri teman-teman. Justru LPS ini juga selalu ya teman-teman sebagai lembaga keuangan berkoordinasi, bersinergi dengan lembaga keuangan lainnya. Nah, lembaga apa saja ya teman-teman? Nah, lembaga ini tergabung dalam namanya komite teman-teman, Komite Stabilitas Sistem Keuangan atau yang disebut dengan KSSK. Lembaga ini terdiri dari LPS sendiri, Kementerian Keuangan, Bank Indonesia, dan juga OJK. Tentu saja 4 lembaga ini bersinergi sesuai dengan peran dan fungsinya masing-masing ya teman-teman. Kalau misalnya kita lihat di slide, itu Kementerian Keuangan sesuai dengan kebijakan fiskal, Bank Indonesia moneter, dan juga makroprudensial, OJK sebagai pengawas ya teman-teman, pengawas industri jasa keuangan, dan juga LPS nih, LPS sebagai penjamin simpanan dan juga melakukan resolusi bank dan juga penyelesaian permasalahan di perusahaan asuransi dan asuransi syariah yang dicabut izin usahanya oleh OJK. Seperti itu. Next slide. Nah, tugas dan fungsi lembaga keuangan, lembaga penjamin simpanan teman-teman. Jadi seperti yang saya sudah sampaikan sebelumnya bahwa LPS ini dibentuk melalui Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2004 teman-teman. Kemudian diperbarui lagi, paling baru yaitu Undang-Undang P2SK, Pengembangan Penguatan Sektor Keuangan, yaitu Undang-Undang Nomor 4 Tahun 2023. Ini yang paling baru teman-teman. Jadi intinya adalah ada 5 nih fungsi dari LPS itu sendiri. LPS yang pertama adalah menjamin simpanan masyarakat di bank, Kemudian yang kedua adalah menjamin polis asuransi. Yang ketiga, turut serta memelihara stabilitas sistem keuangan. Yang keempat adalah melakukan resolusi bank. Dan yang terakhir adalah menyelesaikan permasalahan di perusahaan asuransi maupun asuransi syariah yang dicabut izin usahanya oleh OJK. Nah teman-teman, untuk yang nomor 2 dan 5, menjamin polis asuransi dan juga menyelesaikan permasalahan di perusahaan asuransi konvensional dan syariah yang dicabut izin usahanya oleh OJK ini pada saat ini belum kita lakukan teman-teman. Nanti efektif akan kita lakukan di tahun 2028. Jadi 5 tahun setelah disahkannya Undang-Undang P2SK gitu. Jadi sebenarnya ada kabar baik nih untuk teman-teman ya. Kita sedang pasti sangat akan membutuhkan banyak pegawai ya teman-teman. Maksudnya rekan-rekan lah kita untuk nanti kita bisa menjalankan program penjaminan asuransi. Mungkin ini teman-teman bisa memprospek nih LPS nih, gitu. Karena menurut kakak nih ya, yang udah kerja di LPS, menurut kakak LPS itu seperti hidden gems teman-teman. Jadi mungkin teman-teman yang nanti akan lulus mau bekerja di mana bisa memprospek ya, karena kita butuh banyak ya, banyak pegawai-pegawai baru ya, calon pimpinan baru LPS gitu, yang muda-muda. Oke, next slide. Oke, sebenarnya teman-teman, ini ada syarat penjaminan LPS teman-teman. Sebenarnya bagaimana sih cara LPS menjamin uang masyarakat yang ada di bank gitu. Mungkin teman-teman bertanya juga ya, bagaimana sih LPS menjamin uang masyarakat yang ada di bank. Jadi singkatnya begini teman-teman, teman-teman menabung di bank, nanti bank itu akan bayar premi kepada LPS. Premi itu dibayar oleh bank kepada LPS 2 kali setahun teman-teman. Nanti ke suatu saat nih teman-teman, ketika bank tersebut bangkrut teman-teman, atau dicabut izin usahanya oleh OJK, LPS akan mengembalikan nih uang teman-teman gitu. Tapi teman-teman itu ada syaratnya nih, syaratnya adalah yang kita kenal dengan 3T teman-teman. 3T. Mungkin teman 3T ini mungkin udah pernah dengar atau melihat di bank, gitu ada stiker LPS, di sana ada syarat penjaminan LPS. Nah yang T pertama itu adalah tercatat di pembukuan bank teman-teman. Yang kedua tidak melebihi tingkat bunga LPS, yang ketiga tidak terindikasi atau melakukan perbuatan yang melanggar hukum dan menyebabkan kerugian bank atau bank tersebut menjadi dicabut izin usahanya, seperti itu. 3T ini teman-teman. Nah, tapi untuk yang T2 itu yang terkait tidak melebihi tingkat bunga penjaminan LPS itu tidak ini ya teman-teman. Untuk bank syariah itu tidak berlaku ya. Dan juga itu kita juga memperhitungkan cashback gitu terkait yang T nomor 2 yang mempertimbang tidak melebihi tingkat bunga penjaminan LPS, seperti itu. Kemudian apa aja sih yang dijamin oleh LPS? Yang dijamin oleh LPS teman-teman untuk bank umum ya. Di bank konvensional itu adalah tabungan, deposito, sertifikat deposito dan bentuk simpanan lainnya gitu ya. Terus yang ketiga di bank selanjutnya di bank syariah itu adalah giro wadiah, giro mudharabah, tabungan wadiah, tabungan mudharabah dan deposito mudharabah gitu teman-teman, atau bentuk lain yang ditetapkan oleh LPS. Nah, teman-teman mungkin ada yang bertanya nih, sekarang kan lagi marak-maraknya ini ya tabungan emas ya teman-teman. Kan baru diresmikan presiden tuh bank emas ya, bank emas. Nah, sebenarnya teman-teman untuk saat ini tuh LPS belum menjamin ya teman-teman untuk tabungan emas ya. Karena kalau LPS lebih kepada simpanan ya teman-teman. Tapi kan kalau emas itu kan lebih kepada investasi ya. Untuk saat ini sesuai dengan undang-undang LPS kita belum menjamin untuk tabungan emas gitu. Itu masih dijamin oleh institusi dari bank emas itu sendiri gitu teman-teman. Kalau saat ini kan yang kita kenal Pegadaian BSI ya. Nah itu masih dijamin oleh Pegadaian dan BSI sendiri gitu teman-teman. Kalau LPS belum menjamin ya teman-teman. Oke, berapa sih yang dijamin oleh LPS? Yang kita jamin adalah 2 miliar per nasabah per bank teman-teman. Kalau misalnya nih teman-teman menabung di bank A ada 10 miliar nih, yang dijamin berapa? 2 miliar teman-teman, maksimal 2 miliar per nasabah per bank. Gimana Kak caranya supaya uang kita, misalnya teman-teman banyak nih duitnya gitu ya, 10 miliar gitu. Supaya dijamin semua gimana sih caranya? Nah, mungkin teman-teman bisa membagi di beberapa bank gitu. Misalnya 2 miliar, 2 miliar, 2 miliar. Atau di satu bank tapi menggunakan atas nama keluarga gitu. Di satu bank, nah itu bisa ya teman-teman dilakukan. Seperti itu. Kemudian ini ada tingkat bunga penjaminan LPS. Jadi teman-teman LPS itu juga mengeluarkan namanya tingkat bunga penjaminan ya. Untuk syarat T yang kedua gitu. Jadi bunga ini dikeluarkan secara reguler oleh LPS. Itu biasanya sih setahun tuh ada 3 kali teman-teman. Itu selalu di-update oleh LPS, di website LPS. Dan kalau misalnya teman-teman lihat di bank-bank itu selalu ditempelkan tuh. Berapa tingkat bunga penjaminan LPS pada periode saat ini. Seperti itu. Nah kalau di sini untuk periode Februari sampai dengan akhir Mei itu untuk di bank umum untuk rupiahnya 2,25%, untuk rupiahnya 4,25%, falasnya 2,25% dan di BPR itu adalah 6,75% teman-teman. Jadi ini teman-teman kalau misalnya ingin membuka deposito misalnya di bank, mungkin bisa mempertimbangkan syarat tingkat bunga yang dijamin oleh LPS pada saat pembukaan gitu ya teman-teman. Supaya nanti ketika banknya bangkrut, deposito teman-teman bisa dijamin oleh LPS, seperti itu. Next slide. Oke. Ini sedikit aja teman-teman ya, penyebab simpanan tidak memenuhi kriteria penjaminan. Tercatat dalam pembukaan bank. Ini ada berita sih teman-teman. Oknum teller bank Majalengka tidak dapat tilap duit nasabah ya, 1,4 miliar. Jadi teman-teman banyak sebenarnya ya teman-teman kasus ya, misalnya orang-orang tua kita atau di daerah yang lumayan terpencil gitu. Terlalu mempercayakan dengan pengurus bank, misalnya dia kasih aja uangnya gitu ke teller bank gitu, tapi tidak dicatat gitu. Jadi sama teller banknya tuh ditilep gitu duitnya. Nah itu sayang sekali ya teman-teman. Nah pastikan kalau misalnya teman-teman menabung itu tercatat di banknya ya teman-teman. Oke. Yang kedua, tingkat bunga simpanan yang diterima bank tidak melebihi tingkat bunga penjamin LPS. Nah teman-teman mungkin pada saat teman-teman membuka tabungan ya di bank, itu mungkin sering banget dikasih cashback ya. Cashback sama banknya ya. Itu sehubungan dengan simpanan kita di bank tersebut. Nah itu kita perhitungkan untuk teman-teman untuk menghitung atau diperhitungkan ya apakah dengan tingkat bunga penjaminannya teman-teman. Seperti itu. Kemudian yang ketiga, tidak terindikasi melakukan perbuatan yang melanggar hukum atau yang membuat bank tersebut menjadi dicabut izin usahanya. Seperti itu teman-teman. Di sini ada contoh kasus fraud jadi penyebab utama BPR bangkrut gitu teman-teman. Jadi selama ini tuh banyak banget ya kasus-kasus yang kita LPS hadapi untuk bank-bank yang dilikuidasi, itu banyak sekali penyebabnya itu adalah fraud teman-teman. Jadi kalau misalnya kena fraud itu menjadi tidak dijamin gitu oleh LPS kalau dia ada sangkut pautnya terhadap fraud tersebut, simpanannya menjadi tidak dijamin. Itu sebagai contoh kecil aja sih. Next slide. Nah, di sini ada sedikit contoh soal nih teman-teman. Ada 3 soal. Mungkin teman-teman yang bisa menjawab langsung dengan cepat langsung dikasih hadiah. Teman-teman bisa kelihatan nggak ya dari tempat duduknya terhadap soal? Oh nggak bisa ya? Ya udah, berarti coba kakak bacakan aja ya. Di sini Ali memiliki beberapa deposito. Ada Ali memiliki beberapa deposito di bank XYZ. Masing-masing sebesar 1 miliar dan juga 1,2 miliar. Dan 1,3 miliar tuh. Jadi ada 1 miliar, 1,2 dan 1,3 deposito teman-teman. Sementara itu Budi memiliki tabungan dan deposito di Bank XYZ masing-masing sebesar 700 juta dan 1,7 miliar. Jadi tadi ada Ali punya deposito sebesar 1 miliar, 1,2 miliar, dan 1,3 miliar. Dan Budi memiliki tabungan deposito sebesar 700 juta dan juga 1,7 miliar. Masing-masing dan Ali, simpanan Ali dan Budi berapa yang dijamin oleh LPS? Langsung, yang cepat. Oke, yang abang yang pakai baju putih. Oke, keren nih. Langsung.
Cek, halo. Jadi, oke, sebelumnya salam kenal. Saya Juan Priana Nenggolan dari mahasiswa Matematika Universitas Sumatera Utara.
Oke.
Jadi, yang dijamin oleh LPS itu adalah 2 miliar.
Oke, Ali berapa?
Ali 2 miliar.
Budi?
2 miliar.
Oke, langsung hadiahnya ya.
Terima
Panitia
kasih.
mohon dibantu. Tepuk tangan dulu dong. Oke, terima kasih. Next, soal berikutnya ya. Ada soal berikutnya. Next slide. Next slide. Oke. Teman-teman izin kakak bacakan lagi ya. Di sini Budi memiliki tabungan dan deposito di Bank XYZ. Masing-masing 700 juta dan 1,8 miliar. Kemudian Budi juga memiliki tabungan untuk anaknya, atas nama anaknya. Itu 1,7 miliar. Jadi tadi Budi memiliki tabungan itu sebesar 700 juta dan 1,8 miliar. Tapi juga Budi memiliki rekening untuk anaknya itu sebesar 1,7 miliar. Berapa simpanan Budi yang dijamin oleh LPS jika Bank SYZ dicabut izin usahanya? Oke, langsung yang kakak paling kiri, paling kanan, sorry. Ya, oke. Silakan.
Terima kasih kesempatannya. Perkenalkan, saya Titi Sumorangkir dari jurusan Ekonomi Pembangunan Universitas Sumatera Utara. Untuk tabungan dari si Budi ini sendiri dijamin LPS itu sebesar 2 miliar dan juga tabungan anaknya 2 miliar juga. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Kalau yang anaknya kan tadi dia hanya punya 1,7. Jadi berapa yang dijamin yang atas nama anaknya?
Jadi yang dijamin itu
Teman-teman izin kakak bacakan lagi ya. Karena benar dapat hadiah juga ya. Tapi mungkin ada yang bisa memperbaiki. Oke, kakak yang pakai baju merah silakan.
Izin menjawab, untuk Jompo itu 2 miliar,
Benar.
untuk istrinya 1 miliar.
Kurang. Tapi nggak apa-apa, dapat hadiah. Silahkan ya, yang kakak yang pakai jilbab biru. Silakan.
Jadi untuk Jokonya itu senilai 1,6 miliar dan tabungan Joko dan istrinya itu senilai 2 miliar.
Kurang tepat. Sebelah sini dulu ya. Oke, yang pakai baju hitam, silakan.
Baik, tabungan untuk Joko itu 2 miliar, untuk jaminan istri itu 1,6.
Oke, tepuk tangan dong. Jadi benar ya teman-teman, untuk Joko dijamin maksimal 2 miliar dan untuk istrinya, karena rekening joint account itu dibagi 2 teman-teman. Jadi setelah dibagi 2 itu yang dijamin maksimal 2 miliar gitu. Jadi 1,6 tadi ya, benar ya. Oke, next slide. Next slide. Oke, teman-teman untuk yang sesi cakupan penjaminan simpanan dan resolusi bank nanti akan dijelaskan oleh rekan kakak namanya Bang Marcelo. Tapi teman-teman kakak ingin ngetes nih teman-teman. Ada nggak yang tadi mungkin bisa teman-teman bisa menangkap ya penyampaian kakak sebelumnya. Teman-teman, yang pertama tadi ada yang masih ingat nggak fungsi LPS? Ada 5 sih, langsung dapat souvenir ya. Oke, kakak, silakan ya.
Ya, terima kasih. Perkenalkan, nama aku Rizky Noviana Purba dari Universitas Sumatera Utara. Jadi LPS itu mempunyai 5 fungsi. Yang pertama menjamin simpanan nasabah, yang kedua merumuskan kebijakan penjamin simpanan, yang ketiga mengelola dana penjaminan, dan yang keempat melaksanakan resolusi bank, yang kelima menjaga stabilitas keuangan. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Benar setengah teman-teman. Ada yang mau menambahkan? Ya, silakan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Nisa Mafira dari Universitas Sumatera Utara. Nah, jadi LPS ini memiliki 5 fungsi. Yang pertama, menjamin simpanan nasabah penyimpan. Yang kedua, menjamin polis asuransi. Yang ketiga, turut aktif dalam memelihara stabilitas sistem keuangan sesuai dengan yang ketiga, melakukan resolusi bank. Yang keempat, melakukan resolusi bank. Dan yang terakhir, melakukan penyelesaian permasalahan perusahaan asuransi yang dicabut izin usahanya oleh OJK.
Oke, terima kasih. Tepuk tangan dulu dong. Oke, langsung dikasih hadiahnya. Satu lagi teman-teman, satu lagi. Teman-teman ada yang bisa menyimpulkan nggak? Ada yang bisa menyimpulkan nggak kenapa LPS penting? Oke, silakan. Keren nih, kalau misalnya dengan kata-kata sendiri it's okay ya, nggak perlu dengan kata-kata kakak sebelumnya.
Sebelumnya perkenalkan, saya dari Universitas Al-Azhar Medan, nama saya Karina Tirabani. Jadi selama presentasi kakaknya yang saya tangkap adalah LPS ini lembaga penjaminan simpanan sangat berperan penting karena bagi bank maupun bagi nasabah. Nah, jadi dengan adanya LPS ini membuat nasabah percaya kepada bank yang akan dia investasikan uangnya. Jadi dengan adanya LPS ini semakin memperkuat citra brand bank tersebut terhadap nasabah tersebut. Nah, dengan adanya LPS nasabah lebih dengan mudah dalam pengajuan atau istilahnya ada masalah yang dialami nasabah dapat maksudnya mengadu gitu ke LPS, tetapi tetap dalam prosedurnya gitu. Itu aja sih yang saya tangkap, Pak.
Terima kasih ya. Jadi intinya adalah teman-teman kenapa LPS penting, LPS memberikan ya teman-teman. Ada untuk memberikan kepercayaan kepada masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat Indonesia dalam rangka menaruh uangnya di bank. Untuk apa? Supaya industri perbankan itu tetap terjaga, teman-teman, tetap stabil gitu teman-teman. Kalau misalnya stabil industri perbankan, maka perekonomian kita juga akan stabil gitu. Karena industri perbankan memegang peranan yang sangat penting bagi perekonomian di Indonesia. Demikian dari kakak, mohon maaf kalau misalnya ada kesalahan dalam penyampaian. Selanjutnya akan disampaikan oleh rekan kakak kepada Bang Marcelo, kita persilahkan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Kak Eva. Selamat siang teman-teman. Masih pada semangat gak nih? Apa udah pada lapar? Abang lapar sih, tapi bentar lagi ya teman-teman. Ini abang mau ngejelasin sedikit tentang LPS tuh sebenarnya kerjanya tuh ngapain sih sebenarnya dalam menjaga stabilitas sistem keuangan gitu. Sebenarnya konkretnya seperti apa? Mungkin pertama-tama perkenalkan, nama abang Marcelo Pangaribuan. Abang ada marganya tapi dari lahir udah nggak di sini. Jadi kebetulan abang juga baru masuk ke kantor perwakilan LPS 1 di tahun lalu teman-teman. Nah, jadi yang akan abang bahas itu tentang cakupan penjaminan simpanan dan resolusi bank oleh LPS. Mungkin sambil next slide. Nah, tadi Kak Eva tuh sempat ngejelasin bahwa LPS itu kerja nggak sendiri ya teman-teman. Jadi ada kerja sama BI, sama dengan OJK juga, lalu ada LPS dan Kementerian Keuangan. Nah jadi teman-teman
Ini Abang mau menjelaskan soal metode resolusi. Kenapa jadi ke metode resolusi Bang? Jadi perbankan di Indonesia itu diawasi oleh OJK teman-teman. Jadi ada status-status pengawasan bank, di mana kalau misalnya banknya normal itu bank pengawasan normal, lalu ada bank dalam penyehatan kalau misalnya dia ada indikasi mulai batuk-batuk atau sakit. Nah nanti kalau misalnya itu masih dalam ranahnya OJK sebagai pengawasnya perbankan. Tadi mungkin sempat dimention juga ya teman-teman, kalau BI itu sebagai yang merancang ekosistemnya, kalau misalnya OJK itu sebagai polisinya gitu ya, pengawasnya. Lalu LPS itu sebenarnya sebagai pemadam kebakarannya teman-teman. Kenapa bisa jadi pemadam kebakarannya? Karena yaitu, jadi ketika bank yang sudah dalam penyehatan ini ternyata OJK bilang, oh ini udah nggak bisa lagi disehatkan oleh OJK misalnya ya. Nanti baru bank itu akan diserahkan kepada LPS teman-teman. Nah, masuklah ke tahap bank dalam resolusi. Nah disitulah LPS akan melakukan analisa, melakukan pemeriksaan juga di perbankannya. Sebenarnya ini bank bisa dibawa kemana nih? Nah opsi-opsi yang ada saat ini sampai terakhir di Undang-Undang P2SK, Undang-Undang Nomor 24 tahun 2023 itu ada 4 teman-teman. Jadi ada purchase and assumption, ada bridge bank, penyertaan modal sementara dan likuidasi. Ini bedanya apa teman-teman? Kalau purchase and assumption itu nanti LPS akan mencoba mencarikan ada nggak sih bank yang mau nampung, bank lain yang lebih sehat yang mau nampung aset-asetnya. Aset-asetnya kan kredit, lalu termasuk juga simpanannya. Nah, kalau yang bridge bank, ini LPS punya bank cangkang teman-teman. Jadi LPS punya bank yang khusus untuk menampung aset-aset yang tadi dialihkan dari bank yang mau ditutup izin tutup tersebut. Itu nanti kemudian akan disehatkan dulu teman-teman, diperbaiki asetnya, nanti baru diserahkan ke bank yang mau menerimanya. Lalu yang ketiga itu penyertaan modal sementara, itu LPS akan memasukkan atau menyertakan modal kepada banknya. Mungkin ini yang udah terjadi juga dengan Bank Senturi teman-teman, tadi Kak Eva udah sempat mention mungkin ya. Dan yang terakhir adalah likuidasi teman-teman. Nah kalau misalnya likuidasi ini berarti tidak diselamatkan gitu banknya. Jadi banknya ditutup, nanti dibayarkanlah semua simpanan-simpanan dari nasabah yang ada di bank tersebut. Nah mungkin Abang akan lebih jelasin yang dilikuidasi ini. Next. Oke, nah jadi teman-teman kalau misalnya bank udah dilikuidasi, LPS itu akan melakukan penjaminan dari seluruh simpanannya teman-teman. Mungkin kalau misalnya kalau opsi-opsi yang lain itu kan simpanannya dialihkan ke bank yang mau menampungnya teman-teman. Atau kalau di penyertaan modal sementara yaitu banknya tetap lanjut gitu hidup. Nah kalau dilikuidasi dia akan dijamin, akan dibayarkan sepenuhnya 2 miliar maksimal dengan syarat 3T. Tadi teman-teman ada yang masih ingat gak syarat 3T teman-teman? Yang tadi Kak Eva, mungkin ada yang mau coba jawab dulu syarat 3T? Nah kakaknya yang ini boleh dibantu ya? Atau ya? Itu souvenir masih ada kan ya Yola?
Nggak ada.
Aman kan?
Cik.
Ya.
Tercatat dalam pembukuan bank, tingkat bunga simpanan yang diterima tidak melebihi tingkat bunga penjamin LPS. Kemudian tidak diindikasikan dan terbukti melakukan perbuatan melanggar hukum yang mengakibatkan kerugian bank.
Oke, betul. Tadi siapa namanya Kak?
Indah.
Oke, tepuk tangan ya buat Kak Indah. Nah betul ya, jadi syarat 3T-nya itu yang jadi apa ya, kayak yang menjadi dasar penetapan LPS untuk menetapkan simpanan itu akan layak bayar atau tidak. Nah, jadi sampai saat ini total di seluruh Indonesia itu 99,94% rekening itu sudah dijamin penuh ya teman-teman. Jadi kalau misalnya terjadi amit-amit terjadi apapun, itu rekening di Indonesia tuh mayoritas pasti akan dijaminkan oleh LPS. Nah, begitu juga baik yang bank umum maupun yang BPR ya gitu. Saat ini total ada 1.634 bank yang menjadi peserta penjaminan LPS. Next Bang. Nah, terus bagaimana dengan Sumatera Utara? Nah, kalau di Sumatera Utara total saat ini sudah ada, kalau misalnya untuk bank umum itu 99,94% rekening dijamin penuh, dan untuk bank perkreditan rakyat dan BPR syariahnya itu 99,997%. Jadi sebenarnya bisa disimpulkan bahwa sebenarnya kita nggak perlu takut untuk nyimpan uang di bank karena hampir 100% itu dijamin oleh LPS. Nah saat ini di Sumatera Utara sendiri total ada 52 bank Jadi ada 50 bank BPR dan BPRS dan ada 2 bank umum. Bank umumnya itu BPD Sumut dan Bank Mestika Dharma ya teman-teman. Selanjutnya Bang. Nah, tadi teman-teman, Abang kan sempat mention likuidasi, itu kan dijamin. Nah, sampai saat ini LPS sudah melakukan penjaminan kepada total 3,79 triliun rekening teman-teman. Jadi hasil penetapan simpanannya ya. Nah, dari total 3,79 triliun ini 4,9% aja yang tidak layak bayar. Sisanya itu ditekan layak bayar teman-teman. Dan kalau misalnya teman-teman lihat, itu yang kenapa di atas TBP LPS teman-teman. Nah ini abang mau coba ingatkan teman-teman bahwa hati-hati sama suku bunga TBP ini teman-teman. Jadi tadi mungkin ada kayak cashback itu juga dihitung sebagai suku bunga. Nah itu teman-teman sebenarnya LPS itu menghimbau untuk memastikan bahwa simpanan teman-teman itu kalau bisa sesuai dengan suku bunga LPS saja. Karena nanti kalau misalnya di atas itu ternyata perhitungannya ada cashback, ada segala macam, itu nanti resikonya nggak dijamin teman-teman. Selanjutnya, nah tadi nasional ini Sumatera Utara kurang lebih mirip-mirip ya teman-teman. Jadi tetap yang paling banyak menyebabkannya itu sebenarnya suku bunga di atas TBP LPS atau memang itu penyebab banknya tidak sehat. Oke. Next aja Bang. Nah ini ada 3 bank yang udah dilakukan penjaminan. Next lagi Bang. Nah sampai saat ini total di Sumatera Utara cuma ada 3 bank sih yang sudah dilakukan likuidasi teman-teman. Yang paling banyak di Jawa Barat. Lalu selanjutnya. Nah ini mungkin apa yang udah dilakukan LPS itu menjamin simpanan ke masyarakat-masyarakat kecil. Itu masyarakat-masyarakat kecil kan banyak yang menyimpan uang di banknya itu memang ya memang uangnya itu cuma segitu-segitunya aja dan itu memang ketika bank itu dicabut izin usahanya mereka nggak punya lagi uang lagi gitu yang lain. Jadi di sini peran LPS untuk menjamin simpanan mereka supaya tidak supaya tidak kehilangan uang mereka gitu. Ini beberapa kasusnya. Mungkin selanjutnya. Oke, mungkin sekian karena mungkin terbatas oleh waktu ya teman-teman. Jadi mungkin kalau misalnya ada yang kurang-kurang mohon dimaafkan. Nanti kalau misalnya teman-teman ada mau lebih tahu lebih dalam atau mau berkunjung boleh banget berkunjung ke kantor perwakilan LPS 1 di Sinar Maslen Plaza ya teman-teman di samping Sun Plaza. Nah teman-teman mungkin sebelum abang mengakhiri ini ada survei sosialisasi mungkin boleh teman-teman minta tolong untuk isi sosialisasinya ya untuk berkenan isi mengisi evaluasinya teman-teman. Jadi mungkin itu yang bisa abang sampaikan. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Alright, thank you for Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan about the socialization season. Okay. To Mr. and Mrs. please kindly return to your seat as we continue our event. Now, all participants, we will hear the socialization season from Bank Indonesia about Cinta, Bangga, and Paham Rupiah campaign. So, let's welcome with giving a round of applause for Bank Indonesia.
Selamat siang. Ini jawaban siangnya 3 menit menuju kelaparan. Ya kan? Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Di tengah yang tadi kalau ada yang sedang kelaparan, saya minta waktunya nggak lama-lama. Kita pakai waktunya itu 10 menit aja. Supaya tadi sebenarnya mau saya skip, udah deh kasihan teman-teman kelaparan. Tapi terus gimana dong? Souvenirnya nggak bisa dibagiin kalau nggak diomongin. Oh ya udah diomongin aja kalau gitu. Baik. Baik ya teman-teman. Jadi sebenarnya saya nggak terlalu, karena waktunya 10 menit, nggak terlalu, menurut saya teman-teman itu nggak akan terlalu bingung dengan CBP, karena tadi saya udah perhatikan di setiap pintu itu ada CBP, Cinta Bangga Paham Rupiah, yang artinya teman-teman itu yakin saya sudah familiar. Nah tapi karena ini anak ekonomi, saya ingin bertanya satu hal, apa ada yang tahu penyebab kekalahan Inggris di Perang Dunia Pertama dan penyebab kekalahan Jerman? Oke. Saat uangnya di waktu di Perang Dunia Pertama itu dipalsuin sama Jerman. Perang Dunia Kedua ada ikut Inggris gantian masukin uangnya Jerman. Operasinya apa, Enhard? Ini beneran misi mata-mata yang awalnya itu nggak bisa kebuka sampai akhirnya dicari dokumentasi dan ditemukan bahwasanya ada misi ini yang bisa dilakukan. Nah, kalau sudah sekelas negara yang memalsukan uang negara lain, udah bisa dipastikan, misalnya kayak kita nih, kita punya peruri buat nyetak uang, terus kita masukin uangnya orang lain, bisa dipalsukan, bisa dipastikan itu palsunya 100% asli. Kira-kira seperti itu. Nah, terus kenapa nih sampai dipalsukan? Jadi itu mungkin yang nggak bisa dipahamin. Ketika terjadi pemalsuan, masalahnya itu bukan pada pemalsuannya doang. Masalahnya itu ada pada negaranya. Negaranya itu hancur. Kenapa negaranya bisa hancur? Banyaknya uang otomatis akan jadi inflasi. Nah, kemudian apa yang terjadi? Kita pernah ngalamin juga gara-gara uang, tapi bukan karena dipalsukan. Bedanya, transaksi kita pada saat itu tidak menggunakan mata uang kita. Dua pulau kita yang hilang, Sipadan sama Ligitan. Ini juga faktor uang. Nah, karenanya kami di Bank Indonesia kenapa gencar nih mensosialisasikan CBP? Karena supaya tahu gini nih, ujung-ujungnya supaya uang ini jangan dipalsukan. Kenapa uang nggak boleh? Gimana caranya uang supaya gampang dipalsukan? Uang supaya gampang dipalsukan, uang itu harus nggak layak edar. Kalau uangnya nggak layak edar, otomatis ciri-ciri fisik uangnya itu nggak akan ketemu. Nah, itulah kenapa kami di Bank Indonesia, fisik uang yang nggak bagus harus dimusnahkan. Nah, terus dicetak ulang yang baru. Nah, bayangin aja, kalau kita nggak campaign CBP-nya, berapa banyak uang yang harus selalu kita cetak. Nyetak apakah bisa free? Enggak. Nyetak juga pakai biaya. Biayanya biaya siapa? Biayanya biaya negara. Terus kalau uang-uang tadi yang untuk nyetak uang ini kita gunakan misalnya untuk subsidi uang kuliah lah, apalah. Otomatis banyak kan yang lebih bermanfaat daripada sekedar nyetak uang. Nah, yang kayak gitu itu kita manfaatin tuh. Supaya tadi uangnya tetap bagus, maka harus dilakukan campaign CBP. Targetnya apa? Targetnya itu bisa dilihat masing-masing di pintunya. Cinta, bangga, paham. Cintanya itu efeknya apa? Efek cintanya itu, jadi ini terutama buat adik-adik yang mahasiswi ya. Kalau ada yang bilang cinta, tapi nggak memperlakukan dengan baik, artinya cintanya udah nggak benar. Sama kayak kita juga yang target di CBP, cinta, artinya kita harus bisa memperlakukan uangnya dengan baik. Terus apalagi, kenapa targetnya CBP? Yang keduanya itu bangga. Bangganya itu biar apa? Bangganya itu biar bisa bertransaksi pakai uang rupiah. Jadi cintanya dulu, karena kalau nggak ada cinta, nggak akan mungkin bisa bangga. Itu kenapa kita tanamin dulu tuh cintanya. Cintanya dulu, baru kemudian bangganya. Nah, yang terakhir itu, ini yang agak kurang dipahamin. Jadi cinta, bangga, paham. Kenapa kami masuknya ke paham? Tadi di segmen yang pertama itu sudah dibicara masalah literasi dengan digital. Ujung-ujungnya apa? Ujung-ujungnya itu sama dengan targetnya CBP adalah paham. Paham itu artinya kita belanjanya itu bijak. Apa yang disebut dengan bijak? ini yang perlu bagi adik-adik. Kebetulan saya baru ngasih materi juga kemarin pas di Jakarta. Apa yang perlu bagi adik-adik itu, pahamnya itu. Paham itu ketika kita mengelola keuangan. Jadi paham itu bukan hanya sekedar punya uang. Ketika kita mengelola keuangan, pastikan satu, untuk di belanja bijak itu, kita memiliki dana cadangan yang 3 kali lipat dana pengeluaran kita. Itu paham. Yang kedua, apa? Yang kedua, kita punya kewajiban atau iuran yang tidak lebih besar daripada 1/3 uangnya kita. Nah, kemudian 3, kita punya dana tabungan minimal 10% dari hasil yang kita dapatkan. Jadi ada 3, yang pertama itu punya dana cadangan, dana darurat 3 kali lipat dari keuangan kita, keuangan rutin bulanan kita. Kemudian yang kedua, kalau punya kewajiban iuran, kewajibannya itu enggak lebih dari 1/3 daripada apa yang kita dapatkan. Kemudian yang ketiga, dana future-nya itu minimal 10%-nya. Oke, saya minta 10 orang yang mau dapat hadiah maju ke depan. 5, 4, 3, oke, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oke, clear? Sudah 10 ya? Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boleh si kakaknya kemari? Ya. Masnya boleh geser dikit. Si masnya boleh digeser dikit. Oke. Bang Jeff, ambil ya. Kalau saya bilang CBP, cinta, bangga, paham, rupiah. Oke? Clear? Kalau saya bilang CBP, cinta, CBP, cinta, bangga, paham, rupiah. Oke? Clear ya? Bang Jack boleh dilihat yang nggak benar ya? CBP, cinta, bangga, paham, rupiah. Karena tadi saya bilang yang pingin hadiah, saya nggak bilang mau ngajukan pertanyaan, tolong dibagi bang. Oke, sekian dari kami. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, we thank you to Bank Indonesia and all participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the end of our socialization session, and also it will be the end of our 9 EVEREST International Seminar event. We hope the insights shared today will inspire us all to take part in sustainable economic development. We thank you very much to all audience, participants for the attention, and also we thank you for all parts who have helped our event.
Our sponsors, Bank Indonesia, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Direktorat Prestasi Mahasiswa dan Hubungan Kealumnian Universitas Sumatera Utara, Inalum, Program Studi Ekonomi Pembangunan Universitas Sumatera Utara, Dinas Kebudayaan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Sumatera Utara, BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, Clio, and to all media partner that we can mention one by one.
We apologize if there is any wrong words or things those are not pleasing. I am Ali Saragi and my partner,
Salsabila, say goodbye and signing out. We close with pantun. To all participants, please answer with cakep. Jalan-jalan ke kota Medan. Pergi sebentar membeli bika Ambon. Selesai sudah EVEREST-9 berjalan, semoga membekas di hati hadirin sekalian.
Burung kasuari, burung cendrawasih.
Cakep.
Dapat ditemui di Provinsi Papua.
Cakep.
Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Semoga bermanfaat bagi kita semua.
Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek, cek. Thank you for participating.